Chapter 54:44. Jian Wushuang thought that this ancient ship existed in this long river of time and space, so he was not too surprised. But the big official was stunned. He was the owner of this treasure. He never knew that there were other things in this river besides this reef. Jian Wushuang on the side of also saw the strangeness, and found that the big official's complexion was not right, and quickly backed away. Little guy, an old man on the ancient boat, with his back to them, stood at the bow of the ship, with a simple robe set off a somewhat thin body. This voice, Jian Wushuang heard this voice, and leaked a shocked expression. This voice was too familiar to him. "Is that you? Teacher Xian Yi?" Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. The big official was also stunned. That back view. He is also very familiar. Although it was only 10 days of contact, he remembered it for a lifetime. From the mundane to the peak, he has never forgotten the mentor. One game of chess will benefit him for life. A treasure, let him go to the top. Jian Wushuang seems to have come to understand that Gu Yi is Xian Yi. Today's meeting, I am afraid that they have been planning since ancient times. Neither the true spirit nor the nose, a great existence, is also planning here. Plop! The first true king of the Three Kings Court, the senior official, directly knelt on the ground, paying respect to the old man on the ancient boat. Teacher Xian Yi. Jian Wushuang also bowed. The old man on the ancient boat slowly turned around, revealing that familiar face, gentle and elegant. Don't be surprised. This is just an incarnation of my spiritual consciousness. My real body is not in this time and space. This chess card is left in Morwa time and space as a teacher. It is waiting for today. It seems that you are really the chosen one. People. Zuaniki's words made Jian Wushuang a little confused. The chosen person, the plan of the ancient times? The big official who was kneeling on the ground did not dare to look up and squatted respectfully on the ground. Jian Wushuang had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. Everything, when you meet my true body, you will know that this chessboard is the only treasure I have left here. It was originally prepared for you. Xian Yi said calmly. Everything began to train him since he was weak, and once again reincarnation. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, suddenly a little in a daze. I remembered all kinds of things in the past. That stalwart figure, and those things in the past. Everything seems to be clear now. He is still a chess piece after all. But this is also mutual. He needs treasures to improve himself, and others also need him as a chess piece with potential. This chessboard is great. Stands for everything. Teacher Xian Yi, where should I find you? Jian Wushuang still couldn't help but asked. I am no longer in the space. If you want to find me, let time chase after me. Xuani left this sentence, and the ancient ship began to faintly disappear. Jian Wushuang was a little bit reluctant. Even though it was a chess piece, he never forgot the great favor of the opponent. Seeing Xian disappear, there are mixed flavors in my heart. Is unwilling, but also unwilling. What's unwilling to do is that his strength is too weak. After all, he is a pawn. This is the gap between him and the strong. If you want to make up for it, you have to become stronger. My heart is bitter, and the feeling of reluctance is a memory of the past. Since his strength is getting stronger and stronger, he is standing higher and higher. He is farther and farther away from love. He doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. He only looks at the pros and cons. He respects the kingly way, that is, the way of the strong. But these years, I was disgusted with what I did. Maybe it's time to change. Grace is kindness, affection is affection. Everything must be divided into pieces. Time will change everything, but it can't change the obsession in his Jian Wushuang's heart, the road to the strong. If calculated by time, He doesn't want to meet Xian Yi at the end, and is more willing to pass the opponent in the middle. Already gone. Jian Wushuang sighed and looked down at the first true king, who was kneeling on the ground, found that the other party had already lost his spiritual sense, and the prostrate official had turned into an empty shell. It seems that it was taken away by teacher Xian Yi, or it was self-defeating. People who have fallen, let them go. Now, he is the only one left, so clean as never before. Sat cross-legged in the pavilion, closed his eyes, and rested. Is a chessboard in his origin. Guantian chess game. In the center of the mini chessboard, there are 4 characters on the long river of time and space. Many chess pieces have been dropped on this mini chessboard. There is also a chess piece in it, which is very similar to Jian Wushuang. It is formed by a sword energy, which contains the complete ultimate sword. This makes Jian Wushuang very happy. I tried to participate now, but found that I couldn't touch it yet. It should be the reason for not being in control. Jian Wushuang understood. Although the chessboard is in his hands, it might not be usable. He is a Taoist now, and it is too difficult to drive this Guantian chessboard. Can't even use the chess pieces above. In addition to kendo, there are other chess pieces. Jian Wushuang chooses a chess piece with the weakest aura. Although it is not the ultimate way, it contains a strong atmosphere of earth and wood. Wow! After touching, he unconsciously entered directly into the chess piece. Within the chess piece, when he was comprehending the Tao of civil and wood, his power of perception increased 10,000 times, and he was even able to control some of its origins. These chess pieces contain all things and all things. If every one of them can enter, wouldn't it be a fortune? Jidao breakthrough right in front of my eyes. If it was not for the first true king to say that this place would collapse into the turbulence of space, he really wanted to cultivate here until the ultimate path was completed. It's better to leave first. Jian Wushuang's incarnation entered the chess pieces for enlightenment, and at the same time, he divided countless thoughts, tested the chess pieces one by one, and finally got into a few chess pieces. He can't get in if he is too strong, but he can get in for a look and improve his other origins. This chessboard is simply the treasure of cultivation. In addition to this, Guantian chessboard has a more powerful effect, but his current strength is too weak to understand the mystery. If you want to use it, at least you have to become an emperor. I can only look greedy now, but he remembered the trick that the big official just made time speed up. It was incredible. If you use this trick while fighting an enemy, you might be able to reverse the situation in an instant. Who? Jian Wushuang slowly got up and left here with a heart move. Guantian chessboard also gradually disappeared. Without Jian Wushuang to collect it, it returned to its origin by itself, returned to the hall again. At this time it was particularly deserted. Without waiting for him to react, he rose suddenly, and his eyes were also dark, but in the blur, he saw a lot of people standing in front of them. Click! Jian Wushuang only felt his arms heavy, and his movements were stiff. This time, he has completely recovered. After the soul enters the body, there will be such a situation. After he recovered, a white jade scroll also entered his mind. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5445 is a chess record and a paragraph. The talk was naturally left by the big official, but it seems that it was left in the ancient times, and I didn't know Jian Wushuang. The content of is also very simple. Don't humiliate the content on the chess record. If you understand the chess record and crack the endgame, you will get the corresponding inheritance and treasure. Jian Wushuang just glanced and didn't care too much, but a picture appeared above. That was the former Three Kings Court. In the dim sky, a giant hand penetrated. That is Fuigo. Apparently, this records the fall of the three kings. Jian Wushuang shook his head. It's time to leave here. Since he could not return directly to the Tomb Sacred Mountain, he had to go out quickly and find a place to practice behind closed doors so that he could cultivate the Jidao and Kendo to perfection as soon as possible so that he could prepare for Hadao. But the surrounding area is exactly the same as the hall below. How to get out is a difficult problem. Do you have to wait for everyone to come out? He doesn't want to lose face in front of Hui Qing and the others. If he can't go back, he has to find the Tomb Mountain by himself. It's better to leave early. It's best to leave the earth and go to the heaven where it is more suitable for cultivation. In the realm, he was afraid that the gods would stare at him again, so he might as well go to the heavens and seek refuge in the Senate Palace. Wu Zui should give him a face and let him practice in the Senate Palace. Here, seeing a whirlpool behind, it should be the passage to leave here. Jian Wushuang plunged into the whirlpool without hesitation. After he entered the vortex began to heal. It's just that Jian Wushuang didn't notice when he left. There is still one person here who has already left before him. The scene in the whirlpool is very similar to a black hole, seems to have no end. But the boundary wall of this passage is very fragile. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and tore a hole and left halfway. It's just that he didn't expect that after leaving the whirlpool, he appeared on the bottom of the Dark Devil, but went to a quiet stone room. The layout here is very simple, with stone houses lined up in a row. The sky is also dotted with stars, and it seems that I still haven't gone out. Jian Wushuang walked towards the front at will. A faint breath came, and he rushed over in a flash. But I did not expect that there was a hot spring emitting white mist in front of me, and I saw a very fragrant scene in the spring water. It's her. Jian Wushuang turned around, not looking at the people in the spring. Who? In the spring water, Gong Miaoi, who wiped his body, pulled a red gauze to wrap his graceful figure, and floated on a blue stone platform with his toes hitting the ground. Through the white mist, he saw Jian Wushuang's tall and straight back. After looking intently, he sighed with relief after discovering that it was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang turned his head and said calmly, "What a coincidence." Really? Gong Miaoya's face changed slightly. He knew the details of Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang had recovered his true face now, the aura left in her body had not changed. Others didn't say it was for Jian Wushuang. She didn't say it was afraid that Jian Wushuang would kill her. Is indeed a coincidence. I did not expect to tear the void at will. Enter here, we'll be able to meet Gong Miaoi. If there is no Guantian chessboard, Gong Miaoya's origins really don't want to let go, but now with the Guantian chessboard, there is no need to play the opponent's idea. The more he reached the realm of consummation, the bigger the causal killing in his body. The killing is about to stop. Where is this place? Jian Wushuang asked. After seeing that Jian Wushuang had no intention of killing, Gong Miaoi also relaxed. This is a submarine tomb, left by a fifth-order emperor sitting on the floor. Then he pointed to the white gas hot spring and said, "The spiritual spring with its origin is very rare in the West Sea, not as good as the two of us. Separated?" Jian Wushuang didn't feel anything wrong at first, but he almost laughed angrily when he heard the last sentence. This Lingquan is indeed a good treasure, and it can also sell a 20 billion sacred stone. For the average fifth-order emperor, it is considered a good receipt, and for the fourth-order emperor, it is considered a windfall. But for Jian Wushuang, this is a stinking ditch. I'm lazy to get it when I see it. Now let him divide it. Just kidding. How could it be possible? There is still a spiritual root below, which is transformed by 100 weeping vine. This spring is the tears of the vine. Gong Miaoi wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Jian Wushuang. The sword has no double-sided color, and solemnly said, I want 70%, the extra 20%. I can discount the treasure for you." After speaking, he plunged into the spring water. Gong Miaoyi did not refute. Mainly she is not Jian Wushuang's opponent either. It's just a Lingquan sword. Wushuang doesn't care. But the Baiwai vine under the Lingquan is extraordinary. This spring is said to be tears from vines, but it is not all. There should be a spring here, but after tears entered the spring water here has undergone a qualitative change. 100 Crying Vine is a special kind of ancient plant, very precious. Now it is almost extinct. In Qiu Huangcheng, a drop of Bai Weiveng's tears needed 100,000 points, and Bai Weiveng usually produces a tear in 10,000 years. This is in the 4 secret realms, worth at least 500 million sacred stones. The price set for them in Qiu Huang City was very low, is because Bai Kuding's tears can clear the naked eye, clear the mind of the practitioner, and enhance the realm of the soul. So the price is very low. But for the emperor, Bai Kuding's tears are the key treasure to enhance the divine body, especially when it breaks through 30,000 times the basic divine body. And Bai Kuding itself is the ultimate treasure for improving the divine body, the ultimate treasure after it has been increased 50,000 times in the future. How could Jian Wushuang give up? After raising this vine, he can quickly reach 50,000 times the divine body, and then unload the mill and kill the donkey, devouring the 100 crying vines and surpassing 50,000 times. Is just the cooked meat that was delivered to his mouth and helped him chew. More importantly, Jian Wushuang can use the power of all things to forcibly ripen by cry vine and make it cry every day. Wanyan, he can't wait that long. Okanashu, calm 1 drop in 10,000 years. He has to wait for 50,000 times the divine body. How many years he has to wait? The power of all things urges, and then put the 100 weeping vine into the long river of time and space in the center of the Guantian chessboard, and the growth rate will be faster. This is a treasure of infinite value. Deep into the spring water, Jian Wushuang really saw the mature vine. On this vine, there is still a huge red line circling, the arrival of Jian Wushuang, and Gong Miaoyi made Zhu Mang open his eyes. Tier 5 Pinnacle. Jian Wushuang saw the opponent's combat power at a glance. Gong Miaoyi is now also the pinnacle of Tier 5, and his combat power has exploded at this level, and he can even reach it. This giant python can't hold back the crying vines, and it's even harder to escape today. The two looked at each other and shot together. An hour later, Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoyi sat cross-legged on the bluestone plate, holding the cooked python in their hands. The body of the giant python was condensed by Jian Wushuang, and it only turned into a battle long. After a little bit of roasting, it was eaten with a sense of ritual. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5446 was meant to be swallowed, but I haven't tasted the meat for a long time. Jian Wushuang, on a whim, directly grilled the python. Not to mention, the divine body actually doubled. The desolate beasts of the Fifth Order Emperor generally don't help Jian Wushuang, and the pronucleus has some effect. This physical body can improve his divine body, probably because it has been around the Baiwai vines for a long time. Now, that 100 crying vine has already taken root in the Guantian chessboard. Don't worry, I will never take advantage of you. The treasure in this mustard seed is almost enough. Jian Wushuang handed out a mustard seed. It was the mustard seeds of the 2 fallen elders of Kmen that he had previously put away, and the mustard seeds of the emperor he had killed, all of which were collected by him. He took out a part and gave it to Gong Miaoyi, knowing that there are still 2 sixth-order emperors whose total worth, although only a part, is worth more than 3 trillion. Baikrai vines are very special. If they are raised, they can be said to have a steady stream of wealth, but Gong Miaoi does not have the ability to maintain it. Then Jian Wushuang condensed a massive origin and took out a whole jar of Baikuding's tears and handed it to Gong Miaoi. Although Baikuding's tears are precious, his power of all things is even more precious, and these treasures are almost enough, is not too cheap. The jar of tears just now was left by Baikuding, who praised 100 Era. The Fifth Order Emperor was also lucky and got Baikue Vine. Unfortunately, his own strength was too bad, and he finally fell. It was cheaper, both of them. Although a lot of tears have been lost, there are hundreds of pieces accumulated over the years, and only 1/5 of them have been given to Gong Miaoi. This value is not something that Godstone can calculate. Gong Miao accepted the order according to the order, without any hesitation. There is no way to divide 100 crying vines. Only one party suffers. She is weak and has a weak background, and can only swallow bitter fruit, but Jian Wushuang can give her so many treasures. She is still very surprised. It seems that since Jian Wushuang regained his true identity, the whole person seems to have changed, no longer the previous harshness. He really didn't notice it himself, but he just felt that in the future, he would kill less and go to heaven. The way of heaven nurtures all things, and walking the way of heaven is the most suitable for his power of all things. Causal killing is like an ant on a hot pot. Before Jian Wushuang's pot was not hot, the ants were still honest. Now that he gets stronger and stronger, the pot is getting hotter and hotter, and the ants start to rush around. Especially after the faint breakthrough of Jidao, the feeling became clearer. Jian Wushuang had to chop off this part of the cause and effect before he joined the Dao. It's better to leave now. Jian Wushuang, where are you going next? Gong Miaoi asked curiously. But after another thought, Jian Wushuang is the inheritor, and it is estimated that he will go to the mysterious Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. This man was not afraid of him anymore, but there was nothing to say about this kind of thing, so he replied, Hadao, and then go back to the Tomb Mountain. Are you really just a Taoist? Gong Miaoi couldn't believe it. There is nothing to hide. I am indeed a Taoist. The two chatted one after another, walked out of the Lingquan's secret room, and then entered an ancient teleportation formation and left here. When appeared again, he had already reached the bottom of the Black Sea. Is just the current ocean floor, without the darkness of the past. The sea water has also turned light blue, broke through the water, and the long-lost sunlight tilted. Jian Wushuang felt a touch of comfort like never before. 100,000 years. This time, there is 100,000 years in the West Sea ruins, but in real time, there is no acceleration. Counting the acceleration time, he can be regarded as an old monster who has lived for several epochs. At the beginning of the starry sky, although there was no clear calculation, but a rough calculation, at least 2 epochs will be the bottom line. Spread out his hands. His shabby clothes were replaced with dark green robes, and his hair was crowned again. Who? Jian Wushuang took a long breath. Gong Miaoi put on the veil again, and restored the appearance of a noble saint, just as the two were about to say goodbye, and they were flying high. A powerful force swept in from a distance. This power sword is unparalleled, without any panic. Then the sky was torn apart, and a man in a Taoist robe stepped on a black thread snake, came out. It was Wu Zua, the head of the law enforcement hall of the Senate Palace. Gong Miaoi doesn't know who the person is here. She just feels so powerful that she can't breathe. She can only stand by holding her breath and dare not move. Jian Wushuang, long time no see. Wu Zua leaked a smile. He was not used to these inheritors at first, but judging from the practice of the true spirit, these people will be the pride of heaven in the future. So he treats these inheritors, lost the arrogance of the past, especially for the Taoist Jian Wushuang. The Taoist who can obtain the personal things of the god will definitely be a big person in the future, at least the person who really values it. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Although he knew that Wu Zua had transferred away the old man with horns, he was looted, but his face could not be revealed. The key point: Wu Zua did not know that King Bai came for him. Meet the emperor. Wu waved his hand to the left and said calmly, "You're welcome." "I am here this time. One is to pick up Situ Nan. You should have seen it. And the other is to see you." Jian Wushuang was taken aback. "Come to see him? He can't go to the Tomb Mountain now, but fortunately, this time he can hold Wu Zua's thigh, take refuge in the Tomb Mountain, and go to the heaven. Why did the emperor look for me?" Wu left-handed out a mustard seed and said, "Someone asked me to bring you a big gift. Come and read it for yourself." Jian Wushuang took the mustard, opened it, and was stunned. Inside, there is only a long mahogany box. After taking out the box, a long sword lay inside. After Wu Zua saw the long sword, he was not surprised. He just said with emotion, "This is Jian's saber. It was acquired by the Lord Zhu Yi after Yang Sanmo became the Sixth Order Emperor. It was specially given to you. Make up for your failure to protect you in the first place." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's heart warmed. He has never blamed the old man with horns, and he secretly scolded Wu Zua. When he saw the old man with horns in Daxia, although he didn't say much, they all had their own minds, so there was no need to spend so much. Wu Zua is also very embarrassed. The old horn man is so expensive. He is the master of the law enforcement hall. At the beginning, he was going to mobilize the 3 goals of the sheep. In the final analysis, the responsibility lies with him. Now that the sheep's 3 eyes are all spent, he can't express it. With a dry cough, Wu Zua took out a jade box with a smile in his eyes. "The last thing I did was a little improper. This long yengua was once obtained by the master who felled an ancient dragon tree. When I was divided, I also got one, which helped the divine body a lot. I think your divine body is still very weak, and you can use it to build a foundation." https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5447. This time Jian Wushuang was really not polite and took it straight away. "Master of Wu Zua, who is that?" "That's the of ambiguity. The of ambiguity got some gadgets for his disciples. Could it be worse?" "Thank you, Emperor." "Cloud Sword, Great Emperor Jian's personal sword. The power contained above is amazing." Although Wu Zua felt a little distressed, Long Yengwa was of little use to him, so he gave it away as soon as it was given. Compared with Julian's sword, it was still a lot worse. This Julian sword, accompanied by the great Emperor Julian, fought in all directions and killed countless powerful men, and even fought against the Lord of the Universe. Although it is still the eternal treasure level, as long as the great Emperor Julian was promoted to the Lord of the Universe, I am afraid that Julian's sword will also be promoted to become the treasure of the universe. Jian Wushuang took out the Julian sword because his strength rose too fast. He hadn't used such a handy long sword for a long time. Dared to raise his hand to pull out. He was stopped by Wu Zua. "This sword, Julian, contains the ultimate swordsmanship of the emperor rank. It is not easy to pull it out. You must have a strong determination. Otherwise, you will be bitten back." Wu Zua said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He did feel the powerful sword intent in the scabbard, but he still wanted to give it a try. There is no way. A sword repairer. How can he resist pulling out a peerless sword? Jian Wushuang grasped the hilt of the sword. His heart was horizontal. The power of the ultimate kendo was instilled in, and he slammed. The long sword will make a cloud, once again appearing. A sharp sword or a rose within 1,000,000 miles around. This made Gong Miaoi on the side back again, and again in fright. Yuzhuo is also very shocked. I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to pull out the Juyin sword in one go. It really is a good sword. Jian Wushuang moved his wrist at random, and when he danced, he felt that this Juyin sword was driving the sword energy of his whole body. Although Wu Zhuo was shocked, there was not much surprise. Jian Wushuang was the top ultimate Taoist selected by Zhenling. How could it be bad? Maybe he can really reach the level of Emperor Juyin in the future. Thinking of this, my heart trembled. The strength of the great Emperor Juyin is comparable to those of the masters of the universe. It is more than 18 gods and generals, and is stronger than the few direct disciples of Qixin. He was just a named disciple at the time. Although he was also the pinnacle powerhouse in the top, he was at most comparable to the 18 gods under the command of the gods. And the great Emperor Juyin is the existence that can crush those gods at will. Okay, the gift has been delivered. I should take someone away, too. Wu Zhuo said with a calm smile. Jian Wushuang put away the Juyin sword and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Diju and Wu Zhuo, are you planning to take people to the heaven? Well, it's time to leave. Now, the boundary is unstable. It's better to leave early. The mess here is beyond our control. Wu Zhuo, who was about to go, stopped and explained to Jian Wushuang. The current territorial boundaries are messed up into a pot of porridge. If you don't leave, you will have to be left by the true spirit to clean up the mess in the White Tiger Palace. You can use it as a coolie for free, but Wu Zhuo can't do it. Jian Wushuang saw that the time had come and said euphemistically, it's a coincidence. The junior is also about to go to the heavens to visit the senior Qiu in the Palace of the Elders, just to go back with the emperor. Okay, come with me. Wu Zhuo didn't care, and it didn't matter to bring one more person along the way. Gong Miaoi, who had been standing in the distance, was a little surprised. The inheritors are indeed extraordinary, and there is a big backing behind them. Anyone who comes out is the most apex of existence, and they can give out so many treasures. And they are also envious, especially when I heard it went to heaven. You need to know that it's easy to get from the heaven to the earth, and you don't have to spend many stones. The sacred stones needed to travel from the earth to the heavens are astronomical numbers. And the teleportation array to the heaven is at the very center of the earth, where is the site of the temple. If you want to go to the heaven, you will not only have to pay a huge amount of sacred stones, but also various interrogations. The foundation is not clean. You can't go to the heaven at all. Gong Miaoi was a little moved. Her father was in the heavens, and she wanted to see the heavens too, but the cost was too high. Even if she wanted to go to the heavens now, it would be very troublesome. It's a great opportunity. Wu Zhuo Emperor's strength is above the sky. His identity is extraordinary, and he can pass through the boundary wall at will. At this time, she was holding Jian Wushuang's thigh, and she might be able to go to the heaven together. Thinking of this, Gong Miaoi hurriedly asked, Brother Wushuang, what should I do? The question is quite level. Wu turned his head and took a look, then looked at Jian Wushuang again, leaking a knowing smile. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. He knew that Gong Miaoi's father was in the heaven. He wanted to go to the heaven. Immediately transmitted the voice. If you want to go to the heavens, come on. Just bring one more person, and I guess Wu Zhuo wouldn't disagree. Originally, he was going to let Gong Miaoi go. Since he had to follow along, the ultimate way in her body had to be copied again, which would help him improve his kendo. Guantian chessboard also has the origin of kendo, but the chess pieces are too powerful, and he can't enter the copy at all, and it is a fantasy to want to swallow. Those chess pieces are a complete source of origin, not a single thread, let alone a single thread. Although he doesn't have the desire to swallow it now, the effect after swallowing is still there, and most people really can't stop this temptation. Before he understood those chess pieces, he would not swallow it rashly. Even if he had the strength to swallow it, he would be cautious. Gong, Meowie finally got on the black line big snake, and the three of them walked in the other direction together. When halfway down, the black demon sea began to tremble. A huge suction erupted from the ground. A vortex also appeared on the sea surface. Is the same as the vortex sea low, but the range is much larger. The waters of the entire Black Devil Sea were circling toward the vortex, and the sea surface also dropped suddenly. Jian Wushuang thought of what the first true king said. The three kings' court would fall into the turbulence of time and space after an hour. Now, do the math. The time has come. The force of swallowing involved the three kings' court in the turbulence of time and space, while the rest were teleported out. As for Shang and the Lord of the Universe, Fuigo, they don't know. After all, they have been in for 100,000 years, and the two have either decided the victory or the defeat, or left each. Jian Wushuang was not too curious about this. He was just curious about whose hands the Soul Dao inheritance fell into. At the beginning, in the inheritance of Soul Dao, Tongtian Buddha and Huiqing both walked ahead. Maybe it's these two people, and Jiang Shang, maybe it's Zhen Wuyang. The probability of being Zhen Wuyang is not high, and he is not far away. As for change, it is almost certainly Broly, a group of people floating in the air, a little dazed. The three kingdoms said that they were occupied when they fell. They couldn't accept it for a while, and they were still struggling with the two major inheritances just now. Who? Qi Shui Xing's face was a little gloomy. Chapter 5448. On Fangsuan Mountain. He hadn't met anyone since he entered, and he hovered at the foot of the mountain until he was teleported out, and he didn't get anything. When I walked the soul ladder, I entered the eternal change, but only selected a treasure, the value of which was average, and it was not considered a receipt. 100,000 years, nothing was achieved. Take the opportunity to experience the growth of all things by taking the change path ladder. This time it can be said that it was a waste of time, running a lap with others. Tongtian Buddha still has a calm expression, and Zhen Wuyang can receive the goods. Among the copper furnaces, there are the most treasures. The few people who passed on the Soul Road inheritance received a lot of goods, especially Huiqing and Jiangshang, who received a lot of treasures. The three kings' court was destroyed too quickly, and there were not many treasures left, but in the eyes of the emperor, it was also a huge resource. There are several treasures of the universe, but I don't know who took them. These people have a calm look, and they are especially good at pretending. The people who walked through the change path were miserable. Emperor Tianchan also pulled his face without saying a word. Since it's over, they glanced down, and then left. The Soul Dao inheritance that the master of Guiling Island walked also got some treasures, was in a good mood, and left with some surviving subordinates. His apprentice Broly went crazy and rushed into the whirlpool. Turtle Island master shook his head, did not say much, and left with people indifferently. Bukuan and others had fallen a long time ago, and when Jian Wushuang entered the Palace of Three Kings, he led his men besieged and killed. Now the entire ruins have collapsed into a turbulent flow of time and space, and the corpses are hard to find. Wow! Just when Broly wanted to enter the whirlpool, Wu left his hand. Before the person arrived, a huge palm had come, holding Broly directly in his hand. By the time Wuzwa came, it was too late. The vortex disappeared. This is the turbulence of time and space. Once in, the Lord of the Universe will fall, and Wuzwa naturally dare not enter, but it is because of this change that Dao Emperor. He didn't know that the ruins trapped in time and space did not enter the turbulent flow of time and space, but appeared in another place, the Sea of Origin. Zhenling hooked his finger and took the remains of the three kings' court into his own hands. Broly was also naturally rescued by him. Fight with me. Zhenling's mouth raised. This time at the West Sea ruins, he secretly fought against the gods. In the end, although the winner was not clearly distinguished, Fuego ran away, but Shang also reached the perfect state because of the Fuego space, and he was already the Mahayana of the universe. The origin has been elevated to the realm of the universe, and only the secrets of the universe are left. Once the secrets are completed, they can go to the realm of the master of the universe. And Haiking, the success of Huiqing Hadao, is also a happy event. 100,000 years later, 4 ultimate emperors appeared on the Tomb God Mountain. 94 ultimate Dao monarchs joined forces, and only 4 succeeded, which he had spent countless prices in exchange for. The ultimate way of these 4 people, the farthest one, is only the 8th floor, and the 8th level ultimate way succeeded in joining the Dao, just becoming the emperor, is the pinnacle of the 4th order. The remaining 3 are all the ultimate emperors who have succeeded in harmony in the 7th level pinnacle realm. These are the powerful ones with infinite value, but compared with Huiqing, it's still a lot worse. Huiqing, with the posture of 9 levels of consummation, Hadao succeeded in becoming the ultimate emperor against the sky, and the emperor who dares to succeed in Hadao is the 5th order peak emperor. This was one of the strongest geniuses in ancient times, and there would not even be one in countless epics. The more I look at it, the more I like it. The Temple of Chi-Chi has only been open for more than 100,000 years, and so many powerful inheritors have emerged. Maybe they can really rejuvenate once again. Do not. They will be able to be great again, stand on the other side of the starry sky again, and become the overlord of the starry sky. On the Tomb Mountain, hundreds of thousands of inheritors have been added over the years. Among them, the ultimate Taoist has broken 5,000. Although it is impossible for everyone to be trained like Huiqing, even if the resources invested in the next decrease, there will be 200 ultimate emperors of the 5,000 Daojun. As long as 1 or 2 masters of the universe can appear, he can rest assured that the Qixin Temple far shields other time and space, and the master of the universe sits down and has the ability to settle in other time and space. Inheritors have great potential, but they can't stay in the 4 secret realms all the time. They still need to go to the outside world. Otherwise, he will never become the lord of the universe in his lifetime. After Shang and Fuego fought, he left the Temple of Qixin the same, was sent to the end of this long river of time and space, and went to the origin of time and space. After the 6th level, in the Temple of Qixin, there is not much need anymore. Thanks, change. As soon as Zhenling stretched out his hand, he brought Broly in a comatose state to his eyes. Shihai, facing the sea breeze, Zhen Wuyang, Tongtian Buddha, and others bid farewell to Wuzhua and left in a hurry. A war broke out in the land boundary, and the inheritors were all involved. Wuzhua could go, but they couldn't. But there is no need for a Taoist like Jian Wushuang to participate. Brother Wushuang, see you on the Tomb Mountain. Huiqing and Jiang Shang also left, but before leaving, Jian Wushuang, a mustard seed, contains a huge amount of treasures, all of which are key treasures for improving the divine body. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot, and when he wanted to shirk, Huiqing had already left. This kindness, he took it down. Looking at these treasures, he now finally understands why the emperors who went to Fangkunshan are all holding their faces. The emotional treasures are all in that copper furnace. No wonder Zhen Wuyang kept laughing. They really got a lot of treasures, but compared with him, these treasures is a bit inconspicuous. Jian Wushuang has obtained a time and space treasure. The true spirit will be hot when he sees it, but fortunately there is a formation that obscures the time and space, so that no one can find it. The treasures Huiqing gave him were enough to make his basic divine body exceed 30,000 times. The divine body has learned the magic of the heavens. He has cultivated to consummation, and the foundation is very solid, and it is time to accumulate the divine body. After sending those people away, Situ, Nan, and the people from the old palace were left. The Fifth Order Emperor of the Yuan Elder Palace has fallen, and this time I received a lot of goods, which is not too bad. After everyone left, everyone didn't stay here much, and went directly to the core of the earth. They traveled from the West Sea to the southeast, and they would take the teleportation array along the way, but the teleportation array in the land boundary was not fully laid, and most of the time they were on their way. It took 10 years just to hurry, and they finally reached the core of the earth. The core of the land boundary is a mountain range that stretches for countless miles, which can be comparable to a higher world. On the mountain, a deep ancient city was built. Taiwu Mountain Range, Taiwu Castle. Jian Wushuang was also curious the first time he came here. This was the largest city he had ever talked about. A city was as big as a world. Chapter 5449. Among them, there are countless practitioners. Even the emperor and the strong who are visible to the naked, I come in and out. Go to the boundary wall of the heaven, which is in this Taiwu city. Taiwu Castle, the White Tiger Temple of the Master, is located in the deepest mountain range. When the White Tiger Palace was in control of the realm, there was a pinnacle power on Taiwu Mountain, which was retained because it surrendered quickly. You must know that when the White Tiger Palace once swept the four secret realms, there was no grass left. The forces left by are now managing this super city. This power has grown in countless epochs, backed by the temple, and has grown and surpassed the glory of the ancient times. There are 3 superpowers in one sect, and there are more than a dozen emperors of the Sixth Order. It is the strongest power in the realm except for the temple. None of them. When Wu Zhuo and others approached, they entered directly over the air, without passing through the city gate. The emperor at the bottom of this scene seemed to be dying. No one except the people in the temple dared to cross the city gate from the sky, and the Sixth Order Emperor did not have this authority. Just as many people were waiting to watch the play, a Sixth Order Emperor sitting on the wall of Taiwu City personally leaped into the air to attract Wu Zhuo and others. Many people are stunned, secretly guessing that this is a big shot. Master Wu Zhuo, is this going to return to the heavens? The person here is very young, with a calm and graceful manner and a pampered appearance. As for the native emperors of these 4 secret realms, Wu Zhuo has always been ignorant, but he nodded slightly and did not speak. Come here. The Sixth Order Emperor first led them into a teleportation formation, and then the space changed, and they entered the depths of the Taiwu mountain range. In the city, a teleportation array is needed. One can imagine how huge this Taiwu city is. When teleporting, the Sixth Order Emperor used a special token, so they were directly teleported to a valley where there are many large and small palaces, and each palace has a strong emperor. There are at least tens of thousands of emperors in his palace. And in the deepest palace, there is a supreme powerhouse. This place is one of the most important places in Taiwu City, and the boundary with the heaven is here. Wu Zhuo Hall Master, I will send it here. I wish you all a good journey. Wu Zhuo pretended to be indifferent. People like them were not so arrogant. After Situ, Nan thanked him. Everyone went in. After entering the interior, Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoi, who came for the first time, were shocked. Boundary Wall. Originally thought that there was no difference between the boundary shuttle and the shuttle array, but now it seems that the difference is too big. His broken boundary wall visible to the naked I is the only way to return to the heaven. At the core, the broken boundary wall was pitch black and gloomy, more like a black hole. But the power contained in it is beyond the black hole, at least the power of the universe. At the beginning, it was said that the emperor broke the boundary wall. What a powerful strength! There must be gods helping. The 4 secret realms, said to be secret realms, are actually more like a universe. The 4 universes are linked together, but the scope is not as big as the real universe. Together, the 4 secret realms can be comparable to the entire primitive universe. But this range is large enough. The key is that the number of strong is much stronger than the original universe. After all, there have been countless epics, and it should be stronger than the outside world. How many epics were born in the primitive universe? There are only a few fifth-order emperors. The 4 secret realms have existed since the ancient times when they were forged. In addition, with the ancient heritage and the accumulation of countless epics, it is not surprising that they have such a powerful background. The most important thing is inheritance, has the predecessor's guidance, but it is much better than crossing the river alone by touching the stones. Let's say that people like Zhen Wuyang almost stagnated when they entered the Temple of Qixin. They relied on mastering the origin of the heavens to improve their space, but after they arrived at the Temple of Heaven, they grew faster under the new cultivation system. This has been countless years. Accumulate thick and thin hair. It's nothing to be able to walk to the 4th-order emperor, enter the Temple of Qixin, and quickly rise to a level without anyone's guidance. Even among the few of them, there is hope that a master of the universe will be born. Even if the worst of them, they can become the 6th-order peak emperor. This is the terrible inheritance. If there is no Qixin temple, Zhen Wuyang and others will be lucky if they can reach the 5th-order emperor in their entire life. After entering the deep hall, a white-haired old man appeared in front of them, and only a Dharmakaya came. The old man is combined with the void, looming. Chojiu trouble. Wuzhou was rare and polite. Although the incoming person is an aboriginal emperor in the 4 secret realms, he is an extremely strong man with extraordinary strength. In addition, he has taken refuge in the temple, and his origin has been repaired a lot. Although it is still somewhat incomplete, his strength should not be underestimated. Chojiu said, "This kind of trivial matter is nothing. When the boundaries of the land are too peaceful, I will go to the Patriarch's palace to harass the hall master. Then, just don't dislike it. Welcome any time." Under the guidance of Chojiu, they boarded a floating disc, and then Wuzhou nodded at Chojiu. The disc rose in an instant. Before they could even react, they entered the cracked boundary wall. According to legend, when the boundary wall was just broken, the stray strands of the fall was high when he wanted to go to the heaven. Later, the White Tiger Palace personally created a unique secret treasure which can protect itself and solve this problem. So now it is very safe to go to the heaven. Almost nothing will happen. Unless you do it yourself, we'll do it in the boundary. Almost a breathing time. When everyone appeared again, they had already reached the heaven. A power different from the power of the earth follows. This force is much gentler than the realm, not as violent as the realm. Among them, only Gong Miaoyi had never been to the heavens. For the first time, he felt the power of the heavens. It was a bit strange, and he couldn't help but mobilize the forces around him to gather his body. Don't try, just wait for you to practice. Jian Wushuang was a little speechless, but there were many people around him. Gong Miaoyi's appearance of having never seen the world made him faceless. Although it is easy for the heavens to enter the earth, the location of the boundary wall is still established in Zhongzhou, the headquarters of the White Tiger Palace. The celestial palace of the elders was at odds with the White Tiger Hall. This is a well-known thing. Wuzwa took them and left directly instead of staying at the headquarters of the White Tiger Hall. Of course, none of the people in the White Tiger Palace came out to say hello. They were all gloomy faces. Gong Miaoi was curiously watching everything on the road. Privately speaking, Jian Wushuang said, "This is the temple headquarters. What you see is only a part. As far as I know, the real White Tiger Palace can be changed. This place should be just the old nest of the heavens." Jian Wushuang once heard Lord Shan talk about the 4 halls, which are 4 pieces refined by the gods. The supreme treasure of the universe is a treasure that is no weaker than the beasts. Chapter 5450. Although this old nest looks very strict and constructed by countless treasures, its power is a lot worse. Moreover, there are not as many emperors here as there are in Taiwu City, and they may also be top-level powerhouses a little more than here. Just as they were going around and going to the super teleportation formation and headed directly to the Yuan Palace, a middle-aged man in a black Chinese robe walked out of the side hall. This man, Jian Wushuang, has seen him. He had seen him once when he was in Beishan City and heard the name of the other party, Wide-Eyed Tianzuan, the true core member of the God of Discord, who has followed the existence of God of Discord. Only when he saw these people, Guangmu Tianzan's face sank, and like the others in the White Tiger Palace, he was very disgusted with the people in the Yuan Lao Palace. But when I saw Jian Wushuang, he was surprised. "It's you." Guangmu Tianzuan recognized Jian Wushuang. At first, he paid special attention to Jian Wushuang because of the board on Jian Wushuang's thumb. Jian Wushuang obviously felt that the other party was talking to him, and then bent and clasped his fists. "Junior Jian Wushuang, I have seen Guangmu Tianzuan." Wuzwa, who was walking in front, had intended to pretend not to see it, but Guangmu spoke, and he had to stop. In any case, he was the confidant of Qishan at the beginning. Although the so-called one messenger and the general are errands, the general masters of the universe have to stand aside in the battle at the level of the gods, and only a few gods are the right arms of the gods. However, these errands should not be underestimated. They tend to be closer to the gods. Normally, it is difficult for some cosmos masters to see the gods. However, these people are always by the gods. In other words, that is also supreme glory. Guangmu Tianzuan is also an arrogant generation, and he has no good impressions of the looted coolies in the Senate Palace. But for the inheritors, he is the same as Wuzwa, who pays great attention to it. That is the future of the Temple of Qishan. So he is very gentle with Jian Wushuang. "You can come back. I must be very happy, Lord Chenling." The wide-eyed voice is gentle, and the serious face rarely leaks a smile. Jian Wushuang respectfully said, "The last time I was killed, I bother you emperors." The last time Guangmu Tianzuan and Bai Yi intercepted King Bai, he knew it, and King Bai also told him later that Bai Yi's law body obviously valued him very much. The lord of the White One Hall, commanding the 4 great secret realms, can be said to be the rule of the day. The deity guards the realm. Other Dharmakayas are also very important. There are only 2 Dharmakayas in the heavens. When I first intercepted the White King, if the White Tiger Palace had the main body of law that killed him, he would be able to leave the White King at his peak. However, the White Tiger Palace controls the overall situation and generally does not move. In Temple of Qi, there are not only 4 secret realms. There are also many secret realms such as the Bloodthirsty Continent and the Primitive World. There are still many old monsters in some secret realms. The White Tiger Palace also has to guard against these old guys. Of course, the true spirit has recovered now, and those old guys generally don't dare to invade the 4 secret realms. It's not annoying. It's just that some people have short legs. Otherwise, you won't be taken away by King White. It's good to be able to come back. This time, it's better to come to the White Tiger Temple. There are still some treasures in Zhongzhou where you can go to practice. Guangmu Tianzuan sat in front of Wu Zuo's slow speed. Since he knew that Wu Zuo was expelled by Zhenling, he even looked down on Wu Zuo a bit. In ancient times, there were many disciples of Qixin. Especially the registered disciples. The identity of the registered disciples at the beginning was mediocre, not as good as their messengers. It's just a good name. There are hundreds of direct disciples of Qixin, and many of them are at the master level of the universe. Wu Zuo was only the top strength at the beginning, and he was not too conspicuous in the top. He was regarded as the top power in the top, not the peak. There is still potential. It took a long time for Wu Zuo to worship the god of Qixin before he reached the level of absolute peak. The chance of rising later was very slim. The most important thing is that the rest of the disciples followed Qixin into the tomb of the gods, but one named disciple in Wu Zuo was still alive. This is a thorn. Guangmu Tianzuan also has this thorn in his heart. He is a messenger and a guard, and the gods have fallen. His guard is still alive, and it is just as shameful. So the two of them looked down on each other. Facing the wide-eyed ridicule, Wu Zuo couldn't bear it, and immediately said, "This will not bother you broad-eyed Tianzuan. The place of cultivation in my palace is not worse than Zhongzhou." "Really? I heard that your Senate palace didn't find even a complete brick that was scoured in the northern border. There are indeed many treasures." Guangmu Tianzuan sneered. The veterans in the Senate palace were so poor and scared that they had just gained some power and exploited the northern territory wildly, causing unspeakable suffering to those people in the northern territory. Wu Zuo has been living outside these years. After a long period of poverty, he also followed up with the search. Especially the law enforcement hall often took an unreasonable charge on some sect heads and then ransacked his home. The emperor was all killed, and all the following emperors caught digging or on the Bingpa mountain in the extreme north. At the beginning, many sects were forced to unite to resist. Wu Zuo came forward and seriously injured a strong man and immediately suppressed the matter. There are only a few strong players in the Northern Territory. There are only 2 or 3 strong players in the North. Wu Zuo's Tao is the perfect original Tao, and he has also practiced the secret method taught by the gods. The superb strength is naturally not comparable to these superb in the secret world. His real body at the beginning can even suppress Guang. This is enough to show that the eyes fight with Baiyi's law bodies. Guangmu Tianzuan is also a top-notch powerhouse, but the Dharma body that can cooperate with Baiyi is still not the opponent of Wu Zuo. After Wu Zuo's strength was restored, he was already approaching the peak level. In the Qixin Temple, in addition to the old monsters that were imprisoned, the 4 great hall masters could overwhelm him. Of course, among the inheritors, Shang can also dominate him. If it is really ranked, it will be about the top 10. Shang's strength is now comparable to that of the 4 great hall masters, and he is the ultimate powerhouse among the absolute tops. If the space reaches the perfect secret Mahayana, no one in the Qixin Temple is an opponent of Shang except for the true spirit. This is where the ultimate emperor is terrifying. Some special ones like the 4 great hall masters and mountain monarchs are considered to be the ultimate powerhouses in the extreme, but they still cannot reach the invincible level. In ancient times, the ultimate emperor, the emperor who can reach the level of invincibility, is also very rare, less than the master of the universe. The great Emperor Jueyun is considered a different kind, a character even stronger than the invincible emperor. Invincible monarch is also invincible among the monarchs. The great Emperor Jueyun is a character comparable to the Lord of the universe. This is why Wu Zuo and Guangmu value the inheritors of Epei Wushuang so much. Chapter 54-51. Ordinary inheritors don't care, but a Taoist like Jian Wushuang, Huiqing, can match the existence of a 4th-order emperor, and it is really possible to reach the level of an invincible emperor in the future when entering the emperor, especially Hui Qing. Now Hadao has successfully directly become the Fifth Order Peak Emperor, and his strength is comparable to ordinary Sixth Order Peak Emperors, and he is about to catch up with them in a blink of an eye. The Battle of Shang on the Earth also completely established the position of the first inheritor. Although Fuego has not recovered his strength, he is still a shell of the Lord of the Universe anyway, and can fight against such characters as Fuego. The potential is even greater. What kind of person is Fuego? That is the person who destroyed the Three Kings Court, the peerless powerhouse who walked out of the starry sky. Was suppressed in the ruins at the beginning, but the of the gods took it personally. The other person is not Fuego's opponent at all. Now Fuego has escaped from the ruins, and it is estimated that he has reunited with the gods. The identity of the has always been a mystery, but now Jian Wushuang has faintly guessed what. I am afraid that the cub that hatched from the dome is the god. Fuego came from the stars, also to save the gods, and was finally suppressed in the Three Kings Court. Now that the two meet, I really don't know what will happen in the future. Regardless of whether the Shadow Sect or the Keeman, they are the minions of the gods. But these things are not something he can intervene, so let Qinling have a headache alone. Jian Wushuang, who was sandwiched between Guangmu and Wuzhua, could not be guilty of left or right, did not dare to say anything, and finally left the temple with Wuzhua. Teleported again, they have arrived at the Yuan Palace. It is Qiu Huang who guards the teleportation hall. Ha! I have long heard that your kid is still alive, but I didn't expect to meet so soon. Qiu Huang's face was full of smiles. After the recovery, he entered the Palace of the Elders. First, his strength was restored, and then he gained a lot of benefits. He was in charge of the teleportation hall, and at the same time took care of the entire northern territory. Leftist, this time Wuzhua has done a great job in the realm, and maybe he will be promoted to the Palace Lord. At that time, Hall Master Situ Nansheng, he will also be able to transfer to the more popular law enforcement hall, get a law enforcement team leader to work, and get more benefits. Facing this familiar face, Jian Wushuang is more relaxed than ever. Senior Qiu Huang, let's talk back. Jian Wushuang said with a light smile, and he will go to see a palace lord later. This is the Yuan Lao Palace. Naturally, he will go to visit him. In the future, he can prepare to practice here for a period of time. I have received a lot of goods in the Three Kings Court. This time I have to practice hard, especially on the Change Road ladder. He copied everything, and everything. This time he can reach the 8th level of the Extreme Road in one fell swoop. There is also the soul, and the improvement of the soul level is also very important. Next is the divine body. Now his basic divine body is too low. With the treasures from Hui Qing, his divine body will also be greatly improved. Everything needs to be improved, as well as the ultimate way to explore the Guantian chessboard in Miaoya's body. Guantian chessboard is the strongest treasure he has obtained. There is not one of the treasures that can be ranked in the top 3 in ancient times, and it is related to Xian Yi. He dare not care about it. Jian Wushuang had planned the steps of cultivation one by one in his heart, and when everything settled down, he began to retreat. You wait here first. I will follow Hall Master Wuzhua to visit the Palace Master. Jian Wushuang confessed to Gong Miaoi, and then followed Wuzhua to the core island of Yuanyang Lake. While flying, he saw the Mayin Mountain from a distance and thought of Shanjun for a while. After entering the Temple of Qishan, he met many noble people, from the old horned man Qiu Huang to the mountain monarch behind, and even the white monarch. The White King also helped him a lot, especially in terms of insights, which gave him a clear understanding of the ancient times. Although the two have also calculated each other, now the White King has fallen, and everything has turned into fresh water. When passing by Moyne Mountain, he saw that many palaces and caves were built on the mountain, and many people were stationed on the top to practice. The current Palace of the Elders has not only the former elders, but also many emperors of the primitive universe. It has been 100,000 years since the opening of the Qixin Temple. Those fifth-order emperors of the primordial realm also rushed back from the long river of time and space and entered the Temple of Qixin one after another. After entering, the true spirit did not rush to let them go to the Tomb Mountain, but let them stay in the Yuan Lao Palace. According to Wuzhua, the intention was to comprehend a secret law. Only the fifth-order emperor who reached the threshold would be treated, arranged to go to the Tomb Mountain. And if you want to go to the Tomb Mountain, you have to find it yourself, not through the teleportation array. Go to the super teleportation array on the Tomb Mountain without the inheritor tokens issued on the Tomb Mountain. It is impossible to transmit there. So those fifth-order emperors are now desperately trying to understand the secret method, knowing that to go to the Tomb Mountain, at least tier 6 strength is required. So I will fight even harder. Fortunately, the true spirit is not unscrupulous and has also given a lot of treasures and inheritance. The deeper the understanding of the secret method, the more treasures and inheritance will be obtained to help them improve their realm. Although it is not as good as the cultivation resources on the Tomb Mountain, it is better than none. After a while, the two have arrived on the island at the core of Yuanyang Palace. The last time I came here, it was still primitive after all. Now it has only been 100,000 years, and the changes here can be said to be earth-shaking. Stepping on the bluestone slab on the island, Jian Wushuang felt his body suddenly loosened, and suddenly felt that the whole person was very refreshed, and his origin became more active, which made him play a 12-point spirit. This place is not only an unusual construction, the formation is also the top-level auxiliary and defense equal big formation. Wuzhua walked in front and smiled and said, "When this place was built, it was built according to the dojo of in the ancient times. Every bluestone slab you step on is transported from the Jutalong Mountain in the far north. That's it. A piece of bluestone is more expensive than the most precious, worth tens of thousands of sacred stones. Thousands of sacred stones." Jian Wushuang was stunned. It was too luxurious. A bluestone slab that can just stand next to an ordinary person unexpectedly requires 10,000 sacred stones. This small island is not small. There is a radius of tens of billions of miles. How many bluestone slabs this got? Jian Wushuang gasped at the thought of this. Infinite value. No wonder Guangmu Tianzuan would taunt. This is too luxurious. There is no such extravagance in the White Tiger Palace. I want to come too. The White Tiger Palace rules the 4 secret realms, and it requires too much expenditure. The Senate Palace is different. Many resources are derived from the true spirits. There is also the back garden of the northern border that can be picked at will just for them. Thousands of emperors. Aren't they so luxurious? It's just a bit wasteful. When he arrived at a palace master's hall, Jian Wushuang found that the trees planted outside the hall were ancient plants left over from ancient times. The breath on them could make people happy with their origins. If they were put in the 4 secret realm auctions, none of them. I am afraid that the tens of billions of sacred stones cannot be taken. Chapter 54-52. This was moved from the forest of 10,000 treasures. Wuzhua pointed to one of them and said. Jian Wushuang followed, and saw that the tree was even more unusual. The above exuding was no longer the original aura, but a unique aura, more like plant life. Just as he kept staring, the trees trembled and opened a pair of eyes. Is really a plant life. Don't be surprised. It's just the nursing home. Wuzhua is very calm about all this, because outside his hall, there are also these treasure trees. no less than the palace owner. The three palace masters of the Yuan Lao Palace. This time the one who brought Jian Wushuang to visit is the Emperor Lu Hua, who is in charge of Yuanyang Lake, the absolute strongest. Is not as good as him in terms of combat power, so he has made a lot of credit in the ancient times. And he has a little status among these veterans. Wu left his heart with a sneer. This time he made a great contribution to the realm, not only allowing the inheritors to get the inheritance of the three kings, but also receiving the goods from Broly, the Emperor of Change. This time, he will definitely join the ranks of the palace lord. The veteran Miyamoto is managed by multiple palace owners, and one more is not a big deal. Besides, he has accumulated some manpower now under his command, which is regarded as a firm foothold among those veterans. It will be Palace Master Lu Hua of the Senate Palace who will be meeting later. It's not more nervous. Palace Master Lu Hua treats people very kindly. Wu's was said calmly. Jian Wushuang nodded. He was not nervous. He was just curious about the strength of this luxurious palace lord. After entering the main hall, he looked up and saw a distinguished man in a Chinese robe sitting on the throne. The two spoke together. Palace Lord Jian Wushuang, the younger generation, met Palace Master Lu Hua. Emperor Lu Hua, above the throne, smiled and said kindly, "It's not restrained. I have heard about you. You can stay in Yuan Lao Palace for as long as you want in the future. I will ask someone to give you a token later in Yuanyang. The lake can go in and out of any treasured land for cultivation at will." "Thank you, Palace Master," Jian Wushuang said with excitement. "Money is not ordinary. The shots are so generous, and you can practice for free in any precious place." Then Emperor Lu Hua paid more attention to his practice, and after talking for about a quarter of an hour, he retired. Because Wu's one next to him has not spoken, it seems that there is something important to discuss with Emperor Lu Hua. He is not good for an outsider to stay here, so he found an excuse to leave. As soon as he left the hall, there was a third-order emperor waiting for him outside. The third-order emperor is in the Yuan Lao Palace, which belongs to the lowest level. The emperors of the primordial universe, whether they were Tier 1 or Tier 2, have been promoted to the third tier in the Yuan Lao Palace these years, and are responsible for some operations on Yuanyang Lake. The third-order emperor in front of him is one of them, His Royal Highness Wushuang. This is a token from the palace lord. Jian Wushuang took the token, and the word Yuan engraved on it was very domineering, using ancient characters. The token itself is a big treasure, and it really is rich. Is also engraved with a Jiajiu on the back of the token, which means that this token has the power of Jiajiu. He has also heard of the hierarchy of the Senate Palace. Jiajiu. This font size is not low. There were only a dozen character veterans in the Yuan Lao Palace at the beginning. Although almost all character veterans have been mentioned in these years, it is generous enough to be able to give him an outsider's character token. The fifth-order emperor probably does not necessarily have it. Jian Wushuang put away the token, thanked him, and then jumped into the air to leave. "Jian Wushuang, long time no see." A familiar voice came from behind, causing Jian Wushuang to stop. Jian Wushuang turned his head to look. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, "Who is I? So, it's you?" The person who spoke from the back soon arrived in front of Jian Wushuang, and the emperor's aura rose up, directly covering Jian Wushuang's Daojun aura. Overwhelmingly. Boom. Jian Wushuang didn't restrain himself, and immediately blasted out several battles in the future. How is it possible? The visitor was very surprised why Jian Wushuang, a Taoist monarch, had such a strong aura. Jian Wushuang looked at each other with condensed eyebrows and said coldly, "What's impossible if you can tear the sky and become the emperor? Can't I suppress the emperor?" That person was the Dao Jun, who had some connection with him, but he should be called Emperor Jin Tian now. And he is also a Tier 4 top emperor. It seems that these years, tearing the soul of the sky is good. Wanqing was so strong at the beginning, and it was only the fourth order peak after becoming the emperor. This tearing day is almost catching up with Wanqing, and I am afraid it can be ranked in the top 1,000 in the Tomb Mountain. On the Tomb Mountain, there are only a few people who have broken through the emperor in recent years, and not everyone can break through and become the fourth order peak. Most of them still become the third order emperor after the breakthrough, and then break through to become the fourth order emperor after the solid state. In just 100,000 years, he has gone from being a Taoist monarch to the point he is today. He is also considered a great lucker. After all, he doesn't have the kind of talent and potential like Wanqing. You are still as arrogant as before, but unfortunately you are just a Taoist. Tearing Qianmu sneered. Really? Jian Wushuang regretted not slaughtering this person in Qiu Huangcheng, only that he didn't realize his importance at the beginning. If the tearing sky had been slaughtered in the first place, I am afraid that the true spirit would not embarrass him too much. Now, letting the sky grow up, the opponent is a Tier 4 top emperor. This is not the kind of half-slap Tier 4 emperor. I am afraid it can be comparable to the fifth order emperor of the 4 great secret realms. But this strength is not enough to be arrogant in front of him. After the breath of overwhelmed the opponent, Jian Wu's eyes leaked a trace of killing intent. Just when the two were in a stalemate, a sixth order emperor flashed up in the distance. Presumptuous, this is Yuanyang Lake, no fight. The old man had a serious face, and when he discovered that Jian Wushuang was just a Taoist monarch, he even more arrogantly reprimanded. Angshu. He didn't care about it, and even leaked a smile. Because the old man in front of you is his master. 100,000 years ago, after he came down from the Tomb Mountain, he reached the heavens and worshipped a sixth order emperor in the Yuan Lao Palace as his teacher. Although as an inheritor, he can also be a teacher, can also be regarded as finding a backer for himself. This sixth order emperor is the head of the Fusho Hall of the Senate Palace. He has a high status, although not as powerful as the law enforcement party. He is also a hall owner, an ordinary inheritor, really dare, not presumptuous, in front of him. Jian Wushuang is different, regardless of identity or character. This predecessor, you come to reprimand you without asking questions. Is this unfair? Jian Wushuang frowned, slightly. The old man pointed to his nose to scold him as soon as he came, but he didn't even look at the tearing sky on the side. It is clear that the tearing of the sky came first to provoke him. The hall master of Fushaotang didn't expect Jian Wushuang to refute, and was furious at the moment. Arrogant, this is Yuanyang Lake. If you don't follow the rules, you dare to speak ruthlessly. Whereas the person from the law enforcement hall, send this person to the purgatory of Main Mountain during the suppression, 100,000 years. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-53. Suppressed for 100,000 years? Still purgatory. Jian Wushuang was completely angry. Although he didn't know the relationship between the other party and the Tier Sky, he obviously had an unusual relationship with the Tier Sky. This was causing him trouble. Fu Shoutang's main hall had just finished speaking, and there was a dry cough from below. Brother Tai, you are very angry, was speaking from Wu Zua, who had just walked out of the hall. Hall Master Fusho saw that it was Wu Zua. His face darkened, and he said with a smile, since Hall Master Wu Zua is also there, it would be even better. This child is not abiding by the rules of the law enforcement hall. According to the rules of the Hall of Purgatory, it's not too much to serve 10,000 years in prison. The rules are set by several palace masters, so naturally they are not excessive. Wuzwa jumped into the sky and came to a few people, but his figure was standing beside Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang sighed in relief after seeing Wuzwa and whispered, "Hall Master." Wu waved his hand to the left, interrupting him, and then said, "Tai Lao San, don't think that you have your eldest brother to support you, and I dare not move you." As soon as I said this, the temperature in the surrounding space dropped. Wuzwa's face is even more cold, as if he is about to kill at any time. I just got angry with Emperor Lu Hua for failing to negotiate in the main hall, and now a Fushaotang Hall master dared to ride on his head. If it weren't for the rules, he could slap him to death with one slap. "What is it?" directed him to arrest people, and arrested his own people. Tai San is not to be outdone. This is Yuanyang Lake. He dare not make a bet on Wuzwa. Although Wuzwa is the chief of law enforcement, his faction has not dealt with Wuzwa. He has been offended long ago, and it is not bad this time. The head of the law enforcement hall, are you going to openly resist the law? Tai San sneered, and also raised his momentum, secretly contesting with Wuzwa. But this time, he made a wrong bet. Wuzwa didn't do anything, but a violent aura was condensed into a pole by him, and he rushed directly into Tai San's body and exploded. And Tai San let out a muffled grunt, then pointed at Wuzwa furiously. "Dare you do it? Do it." Wuzwa laughed. "I'm going to do it. Your eldest brother is here, and he has died 100 times. In the distance, the sky changed. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared in the air and said majestically, "Enough triathlon. Big brother." Tai San was a little unconvinced and lost face in front of the juniors. He couldn't get off the stage for a while. But as Wuzwa said, he really wants to do it. His eldest brother is no match for him. In the end, he could only pass by Wuzwa with the tearing sky and arrived next to the black-robed man. The black-robed man stared at Wuzwa and said calmly, "Brother Wuzwa, don't you think that what you just said was too full?" As soon as the voice fell, an invisible giant hand stretched out, and he secretly competed with Wuzwa. But it seems that neither of them suffers. "That's just a little trick. I really want to do it. You are the first to lie down." Wuzwa's expression was gloomy. The opponent's aura is very strong and domineering, but the true theory of strength has touched the top level, and he is still some distance away. Among the 3 masters of the Yuan Palace, the strongest is Qingyou, and then Emperor Lu Hua. He knows the strength of Emperor Lu Hua best. The two were once brothers and are most familiar with each other. Tai San's eldest brother, Iron Sword, also known as Chongfeng's sword god, was the weakest. It was not Lu Hua who asked him to support Chongfeng's sword god, and the other party was not qualified to be the palace master. Now ran out to pretend to be a master. Originally this time, he had a chance to attack the palace lord's position, but was secretly run by Qingyou and Chongfeng, and it was suppressed. Now I see the other party, I feel like a fire. Although from the outside world, Taitong is one piece, the internal struggle is not small at all, and even fighting is about to start. Kingnius' method is the most brilliant. This time it provoked the confrontation between Lu Hua and Chongfeng, and he sat on the side to gather the power of the fishermen. In terms of strength, Qingyou is the top powerhouse among the best, and even almost reaching the peak. Not much different from Wuzwa. Means it is even more unique. Lu Hua and Chongfeng, once united, but now they have all been resolved. And Lu Hua hates the villain Chongfeng more than Wuzwa than Qingyou. This is the clever means. "Hey, Wuzwa, you are now the head of the law enforcement hall, and you have to remember your identity." Chongfeng's sword god sneered, leaving a sentence leading Tai San and tearing the sky away. The black teeth are itchy, but they can only be incompetent and furious. In the ancient times, he felt this anger there. Ugh. Jian Wushuang was slightly silent on the side, feeling that Wuzwa was also quite pitiful, and apologized. Hall Master Wuzwa, am causing you trouble. It has nothing to do with you. I am the one who caused you. I have some grudges with Changfeng. Otherwise I won't provoke you for no reason. Wuzwa shook his head. Then he continued, by the way, you don't need to pay attention to these people. You are the inheritor valued by Lord True Spirit. They dare not do anything to you. This is my token of communication. Just ask me if I have something to do. Go early if I'm not here. Situ, he can help you too. Thanks. Jian Wushuang took the token. Wuzwa didn't say much. He just left. How could he be such a willing person? I am afraid that he will have to plan the position of the palace lord this time. Looking at the other person's back, Jian Wushuang felt that Wuzwa was also very pitiful, was expelled, run on, and finally comforted in the Senate palace. It was him who went to the battle to kill the enemy, but he was cut off when he was promoted and made fortune. The brilliance of the past has been a glimpse, but it must be stronger. If Wuzwa is the pinnacle of the peak, I am afraid that Changfeng would not dare to be so arrogant. At that level, if you want to improve, it is not so easy. The potential of resource treasures is indispensable. Jian Wushuang shook his head, no longer thinking about this. He walked the way of heaven is not suitable for him. It is useless to think more. What he has to do now is to improve himself, lay a solid foundation, and prepare for harmony. I hate less when the book is used. There are a lot of treasures spent on cultivation without a backing. Where can I get them? Especially Wuzwa, who are extremely strong. Ordinary treasures are useless to them. If you want to obtain more powerful resources, you have to sit in a high position. The master of the Yuan Lao Palace is obviously not enough. After becoming the lord of the palace, he will get more resources. But the resource is just one piece divided into 3 parts. No one wants to spit it out and divide it into a black one. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang has not reached that point now. Now he has a lot of treasures, enough to support him in his cultivation to consummation. Means there are a lot of treasures needed when you are in harmony, some of which are extremely expensive treasures, which are difficult to find in the 4 secret realms. If you are on the Tomb God Mountain, I am afraid that you don't need to worry about it. The true spirit will prepare for him, but the problem now is that he can't go to the Tomb God Mountain. He also thought about finding a few strong men to him to the Tomb Sacred Mountain, but the cost of this is not small. It is better to wait for the success of the combination and rely on your own strength. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5454. I am afraid that True Spirit is also planning this. He really needs to find a few 6th Order Peak Emperors to take him to the Tomb Mountain. That is really shameful, and he will not get too good training if he goes there. You have to rely on yourself. Next, he will have to stay here for a while. The Yuan Lao Palace has changed a lot now, and he has to consult Chiu Huang first. Back to the teleportation hall. Gong Miaoyi was still there waiting for him. You wait here for a while. I'll go in and visit a senior. Jian Wushuang finished speaking and walked into the hall. Gong Miaoyi's thinking is very simple. When he comes to the world, he uses Jian Wushuang to stand firm and then looks for his father. Her current strength of the 5th Order Peak Emperor, mobilizing the power of blood to search in the heavens, is not looking for a needle in a haystack. The cause and effect between blood is very strong, and it is a matter of time to find it. The premise is that she must be in the heaven. When she was in the realm, no matter how strong she was, she couldn't sense blood causation. Jian Wushuang knew what she was thinking and didn't break it. Since he was by his side, he couldn't be idle. The breakthrough point of kendo might be Gong Miaoyi. After entering the teleportation hall, Chiu Huang's Dharma body was closing his eyes on the throne to rest. Senior Chiu Huang. Jian Wushuang said respectfully. Qiu Huang opened his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Have you seen Palace Master Lu Hua?" "How did you know that it was Palace Master Lu Hua?" Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled. He knew that there were several palace masters in the Yuan Lao Palace. How could Qiu Huang know who he was seeing? After another thought, Jian Wushuang understood. Qiu Huang also saw his speculation and did not shy away. "There are only a few people in the Yuan Lao Palace, and you know what it is like to fart. What is this?" The superpower ranked in the top 2 of the 4 secret realms was said to be worthless by Qiu Huang, and Jian Wushuang felt that Qiu Huang was floating. If the old man with horns drifted away, he could understand that he was a scarce talent in ancient times. Now he has broken through the 6th Order Emperor, and drifting is normal. But Qiu Huang is still a 5th Order Emperor, and his position in the palace of the old man, if said to be uglier, is just a watchman. How can he be like this? Seeing Jian Wushuang's thoughts, Qiu Huang smiled lightly. "Hey, kid, don't look down on the old man. Do you know that the entire Northern Territory teleportation array is in my hands?" The entire northern border, Jian Wushuang was taken aback. From this point of view, Qiu Huang's position is more special than he imagined, and it is powerful enough, is responsible for the entire Northern Territory's teleportation formation. There is a lot of oil and water in it. I am afraid that many people are coveting this position. Qiu Huang can sit here and obviously has a lot of backing. The junior is ignorant. Qiu Huang gave him a blank look and continued, "It doesn't matter if you are ignorant. We old guys have gone to the end. We will only fight for that little resource. Otherwise there is no pursuit, and it will be worse." This statement is also very reasonable. If an emperor has no desires, he is basically not far from death, and his mind will collapse sooner or later. "Forget it. I won't tell you this. What are your plans for coming to the heavens this time?" Qiu Huang bypassed the previous topic. He was quite curious that Jian Wushuang came to the heavens as soon as he appeared. Now many inheritors are wandering in the realm where there are more opportunities and more fights, and they can temper themselves best. The heavens are the same as before. The rebellion in various places does not require the inheritors to do it. The Senate Palace and the White Tiger Palace have enough power to suppress them. With a wave of his hand, Jian Wushuang took out a note and placed it in front of Qiu Huang. Then he sat cross-legged across from Qiu Huang and said bluntly, "We are drinking and talking. I brought this wine to seniors from the land boundary." In fact, he didn't know that he had collected the drinks from the unlucky emperor himself, but the value was not low, at least hundreds of millions in value, and the average 5th Order Emperor really didn't dare to spend so much. Qiu Huang rolled up his sleeves, took the wine that Jian Wushuang poured, and frowned when he smelled it. "Boy, it looks like you have been mixed up all these years." As he said, he took out an ordinary jug from his mustard seeds, then uncorked the cork, and a blast of flames gushed out from it. That breath made Jian Wushuang a little stressed. With the origin of fire in the wine, it was the first time Jian Wushuang saw him. "Taste this fire fruit wine." Qiu Huang pointed. Jian Wushuang was not polite. He poured a cup and took a sip, leaving a tingling sensation in his mouth. It was just a mouthful, which made him feel a little dizzy. Qiu Huang saw this, grinned, and said, "Ha! This fire fruit wine is strong enough. How is this refined?" Jian Wushuang wiped the corner of his mouth. Thanks. It was refined by the Yang Samanagami. It was refined and distributed to several hall masters. This was given to me by a hall master. Its value can be comparable to an eternal treasure." Qiu Huang was a little proud of it, although his position is not high, but his position is special. Even the hall master will intentionally flatter him. Jian Wushuang was completely dumbfounded. A jug of wine is comparable to an eternal treasure. Is there any reason for this? He understands Wuzhua thoroughly now. Is this the privilege of big shots? A pot of wine can be comparable to an eternal treasure. After speaking, he felt that after he took such a sip, the origin of the flame began to rise slowly, and then it began to erupt. Took a sip. At least his flame origin rose by a large amount, faster than when he was copying on the change road ladder. Change to say, 7,462, what descended was the origin of the flame. After he copied it, the origin of the flame has improved a lot, but it's not as good as the sip of wine he just drank. If the one of the three kings knew about it, he would have cursed Qiu Huang, the prodigal son. Do not. The entire senior patriarch's palace is a prodigal, is too extravagant. Okanshu, come, no wonder he disliked the drinks he took out, which made him a little embarrassed, came to ask others for advice, and made Qiu Huang so expensive. Come on, don't be stunned and talk while drinking. Qiu Huang didn't care. Although this wine is unusual, it still doesn't make him feel distressed. Jian Wushuang quickly picked up the hip flask and poured it on Qiu Huang. After the two touched a glass, they slowly said, "This time in the celestial realm, it may take a long time. I am ready to join hands." Hadao! Qiu Huang was stunned for a moment and said in amazement, "Hadao, don't you go to the Tomb Mountain?" Speaking of Jian Wushuang's pain point, he also wants to go to the Tomb Mountain, but he can't go back. After drinking the wine in one sip, Jian Wushuang said vaguely, "No more, I'll do it again after he Dao." Qiu Huang turned his eyes as if he understood something, and did not ask carefully. "Then you will stay in the Senate Palace for cultivating. It is not too bad here. With your current strength, it is not difficult to get along." Qiu Huang turned away from the topic and said comfortingly. Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to ask, "The Yuan Lao Palace has indeed undergone a lot of changes since the last time, but I don't know where it has changed. Is there a treasure place suitable for my kind of Taoist cultivation?" https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-55. The Yuan Lao Palace has not only extorted a lot of treasures from the White Tiger Hall, but also transferred a lot from the Vermilion Bird Hall. Some of the more special things in the northern border, either robbed or cheated, have all gotten to Yuanyang Lake. In the cultivation environment, there is no such thing as the Tomb's Sacred Mountain. There is really no one suitable for Daojun. Although the Yuan Lao Palace has begun to recruit the powerhouses of the four secret realms, we started by recruiting some internal members of Tier 3 and above, and the outer members are not eligible to enter Yuanyang Lake. Yes, I don't have the right to live in. This is the same regardless of whether it is the Senator Palace or the White Tiger Palace. The members of the inner circle can enjoy some of the resources. The periphery is to spend money to do things, and they don't even need to spend any price. Those outlying members just find a backer, and it's good if you don't send money to the Yuan Palace. Qiu Huang paused, and then said, "However, I don't think your strength is weak. Some places are suitable for you to cultivate. Some places are indeed not suitable for Daojun, but you are not an ordinary Daojun. Your strength, I'm afraid, it can be compared to the fourth order peak now." Almost. Jian Wushuang was very humble. He was afraid to tell some jealousy about his true strength. A Taoist, comparable to a fifth order emperor. Does that emperor still have a face to live? Qiu Huang nodded and analyzed. "Based on your strength, I will roughly give you some suggestions. There are 3 main roads in Yuanyang Lake that are suitable for you to practice. Fenyang Island, where you can meditate and moisturize your soul. You can go there for a while before you break through the retreat. The second is Main Mountain. You should understand this better. You can feel the universe origin of the magic sound and enlighten the mountaintop. This is very suitable for you and the first choice for tempering the origin." Qiu Huang's tone changed. and his expression was serious. "This last one is not only suitable for you, but also suitable for everyone. There is a north tower on Yuanyang Island, the core island of Yuanyang Lake, which was mobilized by Master Junling himself. It is a treasure of the universe, which also has the origin of the universe, and it is the origin of the universe. The origin of the entire universe." Jian Wushuang didn't care much at first. He even had the treasure of the universe, the treasure of time and space, and he really didn't like it. But when he heard that it was the origin of the entire universe, his heart moved. Watching the sky chessboard, he can't even figure out the chess pieces, and it won't help him much for the time being. It's not as intuitive as the origin of the universe. Qiu Huang smiled triumphantly when he saw his shock. "Yes, for the complete origin of the universe, I suggest you go to all 3 places, in the order I said. It will help you a lot." "Good." Jian Wushuang nodded. "I have to remind you of one more thing. The Senate Palace is a bit different now. If you have an acquaintance in the White Tiger Palace, you should contact less in the future, especially in the Senate Palace." Jian Wushuang was taken aback for a moment. He had no acquaintances in the White Tiger Hall. But since Qiu Huang reminded him, he naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. "This is external. You will understand in the future. Do you have something to know internally? The 3 palace masters of the Yuan Lao Palace, you know that, I and Yang Samu are from the side of the Qingniu Palace Master, and Wu Zhua and Lu Hua are in the same group. The Palace Master of Changfeng and the people of Fu Shou Tang belong to the same faction. You have to distinguish between these people. Otherwise, even if you are an inheritor, you will suffer a hidden loss." This Jian Wushuang has a deep understanding. When Qiu Huang said this, he leaked a hint of smile. "You know, there are many inheritors of the Tomb Mountain, those Taoists of the same class as you, and now many of them have turned their heads and entered the palace of the old after they succeeded. A few went to the 4 great halls. The reason is self-evident. The Senator Palace is supported by the true spirit. The emperors trained on the Tomb God Mountain originally entered the Qinglong Temple according to the process, but they all entered the Senate Palace. There is no true spirit behind it. Who dares to do so? Bold. The key is the tilt of resources. The Azure Dragon Palace is on the bloodthirsty continent. There is the back garden of the Azure Dragon Palace. It is incomparable to the 4 great secret realms. The bloodthirsty continent is quite big. Although it is an ancient continent, it does not have any ancient aura and has very little inheritance. The bloodthirsty continent is basically going to provide for the elderly. It is better to choose the White Tiger Hall or the Vermilion Bird Hall. The 2 also have the meaning of expansion. The rules have been broken, and if you don't accept it, you won't accept it. The Vermilion Bird Palace is also short of people nowadays, a universe tester. It will not take a long time to finish the screening. They still go to other cosmic limits to plunder and die an immortal. If it hadn't been for other universes to reject the Temple of Qishan, the real spirit would have plundered the ultimate Taoist monarchs one by one. Yuan Lao Gong broke this rule because of the inclined resources, and there is still a lot of room for development. Being a coolie in the White Tiger Temple is not much good. The Palace of the Elders is different, with fewer people and more resources. A resource from the north is instilled. As long as the inheritor emperor who descends from the Tomb God Mountain arrives at the Yuan Lao Palace, he will be upgraded to another level. How is this not attractive? It's like after tearing the sky to approve the master of Fushaotang. When he first broke through, he was still the 3rd-tier peak, and when he came to the Yuan Lao Palace, he was the 4th-tier top. On the Tomb God Mountain, there are more mediocre aptitudes, like tearing the sky. In the first 30 years, more than 10,000 inheritors were selected. Even if the number decreases, in the follow-up 100,000 years later, I am afraid the Tomb God Mountain will have tens of millions of inheritors. The ultimate Taoist, there are only more than 2,000 points. There are only a few who become the emperor, the genre of cultivating the 10,000 ways, those who follow the route of the body, and those who follow some special avenues are even rarer than the ultimate way. In addition to these, there are tens of millions of second-rank origin Dao Jun. These people have improved fast, and now there are thousands of people who have succeeded in Kotao. Especially the first batch of inheritors, there are thousands of people who have succeeded together. During the trial period, there are 1,000 people who can become Dao monarchs, and the weakest ones after joining the Dao are the third-order emperors, and it is a matter of time to become the fourth-order emperor. If even the fourth-order emperor can't make it, most of them will be screened out. There really is that kind of aptitude that is too ordinary, and the Empress Qingdi can't get along in the Temple of Qishan. With so many resources smashed down, it is indeed impossible to be a fourth-order emperor. Of course, some people become emperors, and some people fall because of their harmony. Although there is a complete Hidao inheritance in the Tomb God Mountain, there is only a little help for the existence of those who are more against the sky. Out of 100 Dao monarchs, it's not bad to have 20% success in the Dao. In the ultimate way, more than 90 Dao monarchs joined the Dao and finally succeeded a few people, which is considered high. After becoming an emperor, it is not the ultimate way, or those special origin ways usually go down the mountain to the temple of the earth or go to the palace of the elder in the heaven, find a powerful emperor to apprentice, and after having a backing, walk sideways in the 4 secret realms to plunder resources. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-56. Today's 4 secret realms have become the Colosseum of the inheritors. In the past, the inheritors were very mysterious, and the number of them was sparse. After 100,000 years, the figures of the inheritors could not be said to be everywhere, but they did not have the mystery and deterrence of the past. Even some strong men found that they would not be chased after killing the inheritors, so they became bolder, will not be as cautious as before. Of course, the premise is that the difference in strength cannot be too large. A 6th-order emperor is going to deal with a 4th-order inheritor. This is not justified. It is okay not to be discovered. If someone is discovered, the temple will also be blacklisted and will be wanted if he is not hunted down. Of course, this is the case in the heavens, but there is no such treatment in the earth. The White Tiger Palace in the realm, the gods are hard to protect. There is no time to avenge the inheritors. The change is so fast. Jian Wushuang groaned. Inheritor, from the baby bumps at the beginning to the rotten street. He had expected it, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. That's it for 100,000 years. After millions of years, tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, and even a few epochs, after cultivating countless emperors and powerful people, these 4 secret realms may be self-defeating and do not need to be suppressed by the White Tiger Palace, and they will be directly occupied by the inheritors. But it depends on how many resources are on the Tomb Sacred Mountain, and how much can be cultivated by squandering the emperor. Qiu Huang grinned, drinking a little dizzy. No matter where you are, you must stand in line. You can remember, I won't say more about the other old men. Jian Wushuang got up and saluted respectfully, chatted with Qiu Huang for a long time before leaving. He has to pay attention, is in the Senate Palace after all. Although he is the ultimate Taoist, he is more special than other inheritors, but he can't be careless. The key is that he doesn't have the identity token on the Tomb Mountain, and he doesn't know where the special is. Fortunately, Emperor Lu Hua wooed him and gave him a token with the letter A, so he could walk freely on Yuanyang Lake. Since he has received the token, he can be regarded as embarking on the ship of Emperor Lu Hua. He has a clean relationship with Wu Zua. But his goal is not to stay in the Senate. The ultimate way, whether you are an emperor or a Taoist, can obtain a lot of resources in the Tomb Mountain. There is no need to enter the Senate Palace or the fourth hall like others. After leaving the teleportation hall, she saw Miaowie sitting cross-legged under a tree of spirits outside the door, cultivating silently. So hard. Jian Wushuang stepped closer and said calmly, "This Gong Miaoy's aptitude is not ordinary. If he recommends and tells Wuzhua, Gong Miaoy will be able to enter the tomb's sacred mountain with the foundation of the ultimate kendo in his body." Gong Miaoy opened her glamorous eyes and saw Jian Wushuang quickly get up. The power here is very strong, especially this spiritual tree, which is much faster than some treasure places in the earth. The treasure you mentioned is probably not as valuable as this tree. Jian Wushuang held back his smile and then said, "Let's go take you to see what is a top-level training room." After finishing speaking, she took Gong Miaoy into the sky. In addition to the dojo that Qiu Huang said, he had to find a place to stay. Yuanyang Lake, Thunder Island, a place for elders to practice. There are thousands of cave houses here, specially prepared for the elders of the name A. After Jian Wushuang took Gong Miaoy to Thunder Island, he first went to a hall in charge of Thunder Island, showed the token. The guard who was guarding here was a little surprised, but the gentleman Jian Wushuang greeted him in. "My lord, these 4 caves are free. You can choose at will." The guard pointed to the 4 hidden caves in midair and introduced. "These guards are all emperors of the 4 secret realms. Each of them is the 4th Order Peak Emperor, but they are willing to do the work of servants in Yuanyang Lake. Repair the cave and guard the courtyard. It is still too much from the Palace of the Elders. Otherwise, a dignified 4th Order Peak Emperor would call a Taoist an adult. Kun 9th Cave Mansion. This one is the choice." Jian Wushuang pointed to the cave mansion near the coast. The guard respectfully handed over the small banner that controls the formation of the cave. After getting the flag, Jian Wushuang uncovered a mustard seed and threw it to the guard. This is the sacred stone needed to live for millions of years. Although it is only developed for brand elders, there is still a fee, and the price is very expensive. 10,000 years need 100 million sacred stones. Million years is a blink of an eye for the 6th Order Emperor, but the 6th Order Emperor can't get tens of billions of sacred stones in a blink of an eye. But the 6th Order Emperor of the Yuan Lao Palace is different. The real body of the old man with horns controls an ancient country on the ground, and he can take out as many sacred stones as he wants. This is the abundant financial resources of the 6th Order Emperor of the Yuan Lao Palace. After paying the sacred stone, he manipulated the small flag, opened a hole in the formation, and flew in with Gong Miaoy. The guard slightly counted the sacred stone, and when he looked at Jian Wushuang's back, he leaked envious eyes. A Taoist priest took out such a sacred stone without blinking his eyes. The point is that it is outrageous for a Taoist monarch to take out the size token, especially with an emperor who was stronger than him. He couldn't see through at least the 5th Order Emperor, and looking at his appearance made him even shiver even as an emperor. This kind of character is not something he can offend. Just look at it. How dare to look more? I can only envy him. After entering the formation, the appearance of this cave is much different from the outside world. The entrance of Dongfu is close to the beach. There are many strange spiritual trees planted around. Various kinds of exotic fruits can be seen everywhere. Tens of millions of fruits from the outside world can be eaten here. Looking at it this way, the tens of billions of sacred stone flowers are not at all loss. Gong Miaoy's eyes are hot. She is now worthy enough, but she has just made a fortune, and her concept has not been changed yet. Seeing these ordinary treasures, some can't walk. Let's go in and take a look. Jian Wushuang carried his hands on his back. There was nothing special outside. He was even more curious about what was inside. After entering the cave, there is a spacious corridor first, with exquisite murals painted on the walls on both sides, which contains the origin of painting. The power contained in these origins makes people look yearning and is very helpful to spiritual consciousness, and will not make the practitioners who have been retreating for a long time feel depressed. From this point of view, the construction of this cave mansion cost not only expensive treasures, but also some details. Gong Miaoi followed Jian Wushuang and looked around, also shocked by the degree of luxury here. In fact, when she was in the realm, she was regarded as the emperor's level, and she had a wide range of knowledge, and the things that could be seen were only the envy of the Fourth Order Emperor. And the structure and environment here can make the Sixth Order Emperor amazed. Through the corridor, there is a huge pale blue hall. The two entered the hall and saw the layout in it. They were even more daunted. Some did not dare to step forward. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-57. The core of the cave, the central hall. The arrangement here makes Jian Wushuang, who is quite knowledgeable, feel incredible. The surrounding walls are covered with bronze glaze cups, which are usually the utensils used by the Sixth Order Emperor when he arranges the cave mansion. This Jian Wushuang is not very surprised, but the open flames contained in the lamps are the origins of a series and the origin of the universe. Although it is only a trace, all the lamps in the hall can be added together, and there are hundreds of them. I am afraid that the Sixth Order Emperor will go bankrupt, and this value will not be possible. This is just a cave. I'm afraid there are all cave houses on this island. Is a bit wasteful. If the origin of such a huge universe was swallowed by him, it would be a small problem for the extreme path to reach its peak. In addition to the lamps, the walls are also inlaid with expensive original sacred stone, which is the cosmic sacred stone. The sacred stone they used was condensed by the emperor and contained the power of space. And the sacred stone condensed by the Lord of the universe is the sacred stone containing the power of time. There is a big gap. This kind of sacred stone was also the hard currency of the top powerhouse back then. A time-sacred stone can be exchanged for an almost eternal treasure. Gong Miaoi, who was following behind him, saw everything in front of him and didn't know how to slap her feet. She was stunned. Jian Wushuang made a gesture of asking and said calmly, "Next, I won't go out for about 10,000 years. You have to get used to it." He came to the heavens, and he came to Hadao. This time he received a lot of goods. With the help of the Guantian chessboard, he can raise his extreme path to the 8th level. Ultimate Kendo can also use Gong Miaoi's Kendo origin to rise to the 8th level. Then there is the divine body, the treasures Hui Qing gave him, and the vines he got can make his divine body soar. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the luxurious futon at will. His heart began to calm down in an instant, and his origin began to rise gradually. Retreat here at least 1,000 times faster than outside cultivation, and there is still time flow in the cave to adjust. Jian Wushuang manipulated the formation method to control the time flow rate at 10,000 times the level. 1 year here, the outside world is 10,000 years. Qiu Huang recommended several training venues for him. He didn't rush to go. He still raised his strength to the top at the moment, and it was never too late to go. In the distance, Gong Miaoi found a futon and sat down at random. Jian Wushuang split a divine mind into her body. As long as Gong Miaoi keeps practicing, he can also absorb the mystery of Kendo from the source of the opponent. This kind of cultivation is somewhat different from double cultivation, will be faster than Shuangxiu. His Kendo origin has now reached the 8th level, and he has to quickly upgrade to the 8th level to complete his plan for the future. Gong Miaoyi did not resist either. She also had a request. Jian Wushuang, don't forget what you promised. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting in front, did not speak but nodded slightly, took out some auxiliary treasures, and began to immerse himself in the source. Gong Miaoyi's request is very simple, but he entrusted him to find his father. Although there is no name or surname, it is not difficult to find based on the appearance and some deeds left by Gong Miaoyi's mother. Although there are many emperors in the heavens, there are not as many emperors as there are mortals. Let alone emperors, even Taoists can find each other based on some deeds and appearance. When entered here, he told Qiu Huang about the incident. Qiu Huang is in charge of the central power in the northern border. It is too easy to find an emperor, but I don't know if Gong Miaoyi's father is in the northern border. If he is in other borders, it will be a little tricky. Fortunately, the lifespan of a practitioner is almost infinite. 10,000 years, millions of years, and even several epochs are also waiting. In the origin, Jian Wushuang steps on the void, overlooking the entire origin sea. After Jidao broke through the 8th layer, he was more familiar with the power of black holes. Although he had not yet fully mastered black holes, he had reached half the realm of black holes. It's a little difficult to master it thoroughly. The clone flying in the black hole has been exploring and understanding the flow of space in the black hole. No, I can't covet the goods received in the black hole. If you want to master the black hole, you have to start from yourself. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist slightly. A pole appeared and then spread. The power of a black hole exists between destruction. Destroy. What a frenzy. His current strength is still far behind. The power of half of the black hole realm is enough to match the 5th order peak emperor. If you really want to achieve the complete black hole power, I am afraid it can be comparable to the 6th order emperor. This is also normal. In the 4 great secret realms, once the emperor masters the black hole realm, it is the pinnacle existence of the 6th order emperor. It is a bit unrealistic to want to master black holes before joining the road. Separated several clones and began to comprehend the extreme points in the Sea of Origin. Time is fast. 10,000 years have passed, and there is still no clue. Jian Wushuang can only shift his focus. On the original pillar of the ultimate kendo, Jian Wushuang's deity descended, and with it came the heavy Julian sword. This sword came from the hands of the great Emperor Jian. It is the perfect eternal treasure. The ultimate swordsmanship contained in it is very terrifying, and the ordinary emperor will fall if it is stained. In the past, he either used some tattered goods, and sometimes he could only use the invisible sword that was transformed from the source. Now it can be regarded as a divine sword that can make enlightenment. The ultimate kendo contained in the Julian sword is very upright, and it can also eliminate the evil aura in his body. Jueyun, Zhu Xia. He had also heard that the great Emperor Jueyun uttered a bright light, and the evil retreated in front of her, and no one could stop him. Even if he is the Lord of the universe, he must give some face to Emperor Jueyun. What a heavenly defense this is. Jian Wushuang was able to compete with the 9th rank Great Yen Xian when he was evolving, and now Dao Jun is comparable to the 5th order peak emperor, but it is too difficult to compete with or even kill the Lord of the universe when he is emperor. I'm not sure about it. Dao Lord cultivates the origin of Dao, emperor cultivates the origin of space, and the Lord of the universe is the existence that portrays time. Many Taoists can realize the origin of space in advance. This is very common and represents some peerless arrogance. But the emperor wants to realize the origin of time in advance, which is a bit of a fantasy. The original Julian emperor didn't realize the origin of time, so he was stuck at the emperor level all the time. The gap between the Emperor and the Lord of the Universe is like the gap between space and time. The reason why Emperor Juyin was so against the sky at the beginning was that she was so powerful because of the time contained in her kendo skills. The ancient fascination allows the Emperor to use the fascination to master the origin of time and be able to match the master of the universe. Only this fascinating book can make the great Emperor Juyin be in the time and space of Morrow at the time. An emperor who has not mastered the origin of time has created a unique knowledge of time. This thing sounds absurd. No one dared to question when Juyin, great emperor, demonstrated his strength. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Too far away. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5458. And it's probably not that simple. Creating the source of time is far from mastering the source of time. The great emperor Juyin back then was not that simple, and his demands were probably beyond the imagination of outsiders. And the road that I walked, I am afraid it is also a dark road. No one has walked. Even if he didn't get through, he could become the eternal emperor of Morwa time and space. If it is through, I am afraid that there will be a super-existence in the original Morrow time and space, a super-existence that is even more against the sky than the gods, the real overlord of the starry sky. It's a dream after all. Great Emperor Juyin has fallen. I am afraid that there are even fewer people who dare to walk along this road. It is estimated that the unfounded knowledge has also been sealed by the true spirit. He should follow his ultimate kendo honestly. The 8th floor is a town seal, so let's kill the 9th floor. Sword Dao is the original Dao of the master killing and attacking. You can't be conservative, or it's going in the opposite direction. Kill. What is the ultimate killing? Jian Wushuang's divine. Thoughts began to immerse in it, found the direction, and began to immerse himself in practice. At the same time in Gong Miaoya's body, he is constantly absorbing the mystery of kendo. It is strange to say, now he can see the origin of kendo in Gong Miaoya's body clearly. The origin of is generally in the form of pillars. Even if the origin of space is formed, it is also a three-dimensional shape. The origin of kendo in Kugong Miaoya's body is more like a plane, is like a piece of paper. Not only the mystery of kendo above is extremely active, this flat kendo origin is very inconspicuous in Gong Miaoya's spatial origin. It's time to upgrade the divine body. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh, and it took him tens of thousands of years to find his direction. Fortunately, there is a direction. As long as you continue to understand, you will have to improve. Many cultivators, just looking for a direction. A retreat is several epochs. He is so fast because of huge accumulation. The next level of improvement depends on good luck. The improvement of the divine body is different. The time required is very short, but the treasure is countless investment. Wow. In the sea of origin, Jian Wushuang's divine body phantom is suspended, and in front of him are countless treasures. Void iron filings. Jian Wushuang grabbed it, and a powerful force began to enter his divine body. This void iron filings, I don't know what it is cut off. The power contained in it is very terrible. It has nothing to do with matter. It is pure power. Divine body also began to skyrocket at this moment. Just a piece of iron filings made his body soar 1,000 times, is now 16,000 times. At the beginning, King Bai reminded him that the ascension of the divine body must be orderly, and the premise is that the physical body is strong to be able to hold a stronger divine body. His physical body is okay, and his divine body is also fused with promise. The physical body, the divine body, and the origin each check and balance. Although he is a Taoist monarch, his origin has reached the level of a fifth-order emperor. The difference now is the skyrocketing of the divine body. Previously, with the help of beasts and gods, he was able to reach 50,000 times the divine body, and he had reached the limit at that time. Actually, he doesn't need to upgrade the divine body first. With the blessing of beasts and gods, he has been able to achieve the limit 50,000 times. Only relying on the divine body, he reached the threshold of the sixth order emperor. It really wants to increase the basic divine body by 50,000 times. It is probably difficult to bless the divine body with the current beasts and gods, and the magic power has directly withdrawn from the stage of history. Can be discarded. It's better to directly increase the divine body to 30,000 or even 50,000 times. The foundation is the key. Besides amplifying the divine body, the beast magic weapon also has many advantages, not just amplifying the divine body. The body is the source of power. Jian Wushuang lacks power now. That power is to fight the sun and the moon with the emperor. The divine body began to steadily break through, and it has already broken the 20,000-fold mark. The treasures consumed are very few. The treasure Hui Qin gave him is invaluable. Although there were not many treasures when the Three Kings' Court was destroyed, there was enough left behind for the Lord of the Universe to go crazy, especially Guantian chessboard, the treasure of time and space. There were few pieces of Morwa time and space. The treasures that can be ranked in the top 3 in a peak of time and space among the lords of the universe also use the time and space treasures on the face of the gods. Other universe masters do not even have the courage to bring out the superpower. Befall. One can imagine its importance. After the divine body exceeded 20,000 times, Jian Wushuang began to draw the tears of the crying vines from the Guantian chessboard. Next, he intends to sprint directly 30,000 times the divine body, reached the peak of the Taoist in one fell swoop. Ordinary Taoist, usually about 10,000 times. Tao's sovereign who is against the sky will raise the divine body to 30,000 times. This is also the pinnacle of Tao Jun against the heavens. Jian Wushuang is not limited to this. His goal is 50,000 times the divine body, and he can forcefully send the magic power to the Mahayana realm, reaching 50,000 times the divine body, and his basic divine body can also reach it. It's just that there are too many treasures accumulated in the later stage, and it will take a long time to digest. The improvement of the divine body is simple, but the time it takes to improve in the later stage is also amazing. At the beginning, King Bai said that when he exceeded 50,000 times the divine body, he obtained a treasure, and after several epochs, he completely broke through and stabilized the divine body. Such a huge treasure, all fused into the body of the god, consumes a lot of it. It's like blending a towering tree into a grain of sand. Is even more exaggerated than this. One sand and one world, unlimited built-in machines. An instant is eternal. The physical body can reach eternity, and the divine body can also reach eternity. A 50,000 times divine body can reach the point of immortality. This is also the reason why a strong person who follows the line of the body can match the Sixth Order Emperor after reaching 50,000 times the body. Jian Wushuang originally relied on 50,000 times the divine body. Ukanshu, Kam was able to exert such a powerful strength. And it was also because the physical body and the divine body were immortal that they could resist so much. It is a pity that it is too difficult to maintain 50,000 times the body. This requires the accumulation of basic divine bodies. Wow! Is another gathering of countless treasures. The divine power condenses the treasures into water and merges them into Jian Wushuang's body. The divine body began to emit ripples, which is a symbol of the expansion of the divine body. Jian Wushuang wants to jump from 20,000 times the divine body to directly break through the 30,000 times mark. The tears of 100 crying vines pour out like a waterfall. The strong person who takes the route of the body generally needs only one party of tears when it exceeds 30,000 times, and Jian Wushuang directly pours all the tears of Wanfeng. With the genius treasure that Huiqing gave him, the divine body directly broke through from 20,000 times to 39,000 times, ran out of all the treasures Huiqing had given him, and almost used all the treasures Huiqing had given him. Next is the time for endless years of retreat. Although it can directly break through to 39,000 times, the follow-up needs to settle down and grow. Time passes by. 1,000 years have passed since the outside world. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54, 59. While Jian Wushuang has been in retreat for thousands of years, this time has no feeling for him now. The body is growing. His clone is to comprehend Sword Dao and Ji Dao, the clone on the Guantian chessboard. It is the copy of the source Dao that can be possessed all the time. Soon, billions of years passed in the blink of an eye. This middle palace, Miaoi went out a few times and went to the Yuan Elder Palace in exchange for some treasures needed for cultivation. She also received a lot of goods in the West Sea, and she also had the best eternal treasures on her body. She also exchanged some special treasures from the Yuanlao Palace. Her strength has also improved by leaps and bounds, and she has reached the point of inheritance. Although she is the fifth-order peak emperor, but it can match tier 6. On Jian Wushuang's side, Yuanyuan's cultivation was a bit slow. After hundreds of millions of years, he finally expanded the Ji Dao to the 8th floor. But if you want to reach the 9th floor, or even reach the 9th floor, you need the origin of space to reach the realm of the black hole. He now has only 70% of the power of a black hole, which is still a lot worse. Fortunately, Kendo gave him a clear direction. The 9th stage prototype of the ultimate Kendo is an invisible sword. Comprehending the origin of the Jueyin sword allowed him to reach the 8th stage peak. Jueyin Jinxia, the invisible sword is to kill everything completely, is very close to the 9th floor. Retreat alone can no longer meet his current needs. Moreover, the current divine body has reached 49,000 times, and the cast of beasts and weapons has reached 50,000 times steadily. His current combat power is not weaker than an ordinary 6th-order emperor. It's time to go out and experience the treasures of the Yuan Palace. Jian Wushuang slowly got up, moved his body, and jumped directly into a spring in the main hall. The spring water can quickly make people get out of the immersion. Jian Wushuang soaked for about a stick of incense, and then broke through the water. After putting on a soft black robe, he saw Gong Miaoi was still cultivating, and there were enchantments of her subordinates around him, and he didn't bother him, but went out quietly out of the cave. It is the endless green lake water, under the hot sun, illuminating everything. Boom! Jian Wushuang directly exploded on the spot, heading towards the southern islands. The first choice to go to was Moyin Mountain. He wanted to go back to this old place, and he didn't know if the demon suppression space was still there. He could practice in it for tens of thousands of years. Now the mountain is still there, but the old man is gone. Through several places, Jian Wushuang encountered a lot of emperors. Most of them were young faces. It is estimated that they were later inheritors. Sure enough, as he thought, the inheritors have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain over the years, and they can be seen everywhere in the Palace of the Elders. He also knows a lot about the inheritors on the Tomb Sacred Mountain. Although he has never been there, he has also heard a lot. On the Tomb Mountain, after becoming an emperor, they will also be divided into ranks. Ordinary people such as tearing the sky and becoming an emperor will basically go down the mountain to receive tasks and go to the 4 secret realms, like Huiqing, who is against the sky, and the Dao Jun, the original source of the ultimate light path, there is no such requirement, and you can practice on the Tomb Mountain at will. Now that they have broken through to become emperors, most of them are the second-rank original source Taoists. Many special original or ultimate Taoist priests have not yet grown up, and there is still a long way to go before breaking through the emperor. After all, not everyone has accumulated to the peak before entering the Temple of Qixin. Also, before entering the Temple of Qixin, such as Ji Wanqing, are Taoist strong men. With the vigorous training of the Temple of Qixin, they soon succeeded in joining the Tao and entered the emperor, the outside world of Magic Sound Mountain. Jian Wushuang is still 1,000,000 miles away from Maoyin Mountain. Looking from a distance, on the Maoyin Mountain deep into the clouds, there is the magic sound and the vast original aura of the past. That is the origin from the Lord of the Universe. And the Lord of the Universe who once left the origin here is not simple. There are so many emperors practicing on Maoyin Mountain, tens of thousands. In addition to the veterans of the Senate Palace, there are also inheritors and core members recruited from the celestial realm in the Senate Palace. The weakest are Tier 4 pinnacles. Jian Wushuang stepped out in one step and went directly to Maoyin Mountain. Under the mountain, there are special strongmen guarding the palace of the old people. It is not that simple to enter the Magic Sound Mountain. It requires a lot of contributions or a sacred stone. Although the price is high, in the outside world, money may not be able to come in. Inheritors generally pay for the sacred stone, while the strong in the Senate is a rare opportunity to exchange contribution points. To enter Maoyin Mountain, you need to pay 100 million sacred stones. The guarded old man sat on the throne, his face colorless and majestic. The several fourth-order emperors in front of Jian Wushuang were a little hesitant. "Brother, there are still 50 million sacred stones." The one who spoke was a fourth-order peak emperor, except for the one headed by this pedestrian. They are the fifth-order emperors, and the rest are the fourth-order peak emperors. Even if these people come from famous sects, it is not easy to come up with 100 million divine stones. In the standard of the earth boundary, the heaven is still useful. Fourth-tier emperors, most of whom are worth millions to tens of millions, want to accumulate hundreds of millions of sacred stones. Unless there is a great opportunity or there is a treasure given by the sect family that can be mortgaged, it doesn't matter how many sacred stones can be taken out. There are some fifth-order emperors, and sometimes they are penniless, but the treasures on his body and his own inheritance are of great value, and they can easily exchange billions of sacred stones. That's the situation with the fifth-order emperor headed by they are noblemen from the extreme north and cold regions, each with a big background, but now they are stumped by 50 million sacred stones. This predecessor, I don't know if I can use this divine sword as collateral. The fifth-order emperor at the head was a little embarrassed. 50 million divine stones are really nothing to him. Treasures are pledged. The old man sitting on the throne frowned. He didn't have too many surprises. He just despised the fifth-order emperor. This was too poor. The treasure he took out was just a broken sword. Jian Wushuang raised his brows in the back and stood up. The more he saw this broken sword, the more familiar he became. Wait a minute. He stepped forward, took out 100 million sacred stones, and said, "I want this broken sword. This is 100 million sacred stones." The fifth-order emperor saw that Jian Wushuang's aura was unusual and immediately said, "Thank you, my lord." The old man on the throne was a little surprised. A broken sword was bought by 100 million sacred stones, but he didn't care too much. In recent years, there have been more inheritors, and he has become accustomed to these inheritors. According to the news inside the Yuan Palace, they also knew that these inheritors came from the outer universe. They hadn't seen much of the world, and their origins were completely natural. They were better than the 4 secret realms, but they were very rare in number. There is not even a 6th-order emperor in the outside world. I was even more ridiculed by them. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5460. The first batch of inheritors in the past. Most of them are still very powerful, but the subsequent inheritors, most of them are the 3rd-order peak emperors, and the 4th-order peaks are few, so they don't value it as much as they used to. There are only a few inheritors that they will pay attention to. For example, the inheritors of the 5th-order emperors can be compared to the 6th-order emperors when they are the 5th-order emperors. This kind of power will be respected no matter what status they are. Jian Wushuang casually paid for the divine stone. After getting the broken sword, he didn't leave in a hurry, but asked about the origin of broken sword. The owner of the broken sword, he had some impressions. When he entered the heavens back then, this broken sword should have been that sword of Nie Yuan. At first, he was still wondering that a 4th-order emperor carried a broken sword, and later learned in Shangqing Palace that this was a sword idiot. Because of the Taoist couple, I even begged him. Unexpectedly, when we meet again, only the saber is left. For kendo practitioners, Jian Wushuang has always had a good impression. He was used as a personal sword and fell into the hands of others, and was also used as an ordinary treasure to take out as a pledge. I am afraid that Nie Yuan's end will not be very good. This fellow Taoist, I don't know the origin of this broken sword. Jian Wushuang asked nonchalantly. The 5th-order emperor returned the 50 million sacred stone from the mustard seed to Jian Wushuang. He knew that Jian Wushuang was the inheritor, and his aura was very strong, so he didn't dare to offend him. He told the truth about the future. This broken sword was obtained by the opponent from a mine guard in the far north. The mine guard wanted to bribe the strong men of these big families and took out many treasures. This broken sword is only one of them. That's all. After Jian Wushuang learned of the situation, he didn't ask more and silently nodded. A trace of thought power penetrated into the broken sword. There was a familiar sword aura in the sword, which was very similar to the sword aura of Shangqing Palace and more similar to that of Nie Yuan. Jian Wushuang is not familiar with the sword energy of Nielu and Shangqing Palace, but the smooth sword intent. The origin is very meager, but he is very sure that the origin is exactly the same as that in Gong Miaoya's body. Although it is the origin of the ultimate kendo, it is a thin piece of paper. This strange phenomenon, Jian Wushuang has only seen Gong Miaoya's origin. In addition to Gong Miaoya's own spatial origin, the origin of a thin sheet of paper deposited below is the origin of ultimate kendo. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and said in secret, Nie Yuan, Gong Miaoyi? Interesting. This is the opportunity for his kendo breakthrough. If Nie Yuan is Gong Miaoya's father, then he can follow this line to find Nie Yuan, copy the origin of the opponent's kendo, and he can improve faster, maybe in one fell swoop, break through the 9th layer of the ultimate kendo, and reach the peak, the far north. It seems that he is going to travel once. Yuanyang Palace is in Zhongzhou, and the extreme north is on the northern border of the northern border, almost crossing the entire northern border. Just teleport. You have to teleport hundreds of times, and there may be space turbulence in the middle. Time and space cannot be teleported. You can only rely on flight. Sinister all the way. However, with Jian Wushuang's current strength, there is no risk. But once he was bitten by a snake for 10 years, he was afraid of the rope. He still remembers that he was chased and killed all the way to the lair of Guangmu Tianzuan in the northern border of Liuzhou and was finally given by King Bai. Looted away. Cultivate first. Jian Wushuang shook his head, not thinking so much. This matter can be put back first. Who knows if Nie Yuan is still alive? he has to send a message to Qiu Huang and ask him to use his personal connections to inquire about the mines in the far north. From some records, Jian Wushuang knows that in the northern border of the heavens there are 3 great mines. Nie Yuan's broken sword can appear in the hands of the mine guards, indicating that Nie Yuan should have been thrown into the mine by the Yuan Lao Palace. The environment there is very harsh. Daojun is no different from the ants, and the emperor can only save his life, mining day and night. Generally, wherever they go, they have committed crimes and were arrested by the Senate Palace. After sending this information to Qiu Huang, he began to walk the mountain road of Mine Mountain. As always, there are many strong people on this road. Wanzhong Xiaolu stumped 90% of the emperor. A general 4th order emperor, it would be nice to be able to walk halfway up the mountain. At the beginning, among Zhen Wuyang, those who could walk to the mountainside were extraordinary. The emperor in the 4 great secret realms. If you want to cross the mountainside, you must have the strength of the 5th order emperor. And to reach the top of the mountain, you need a battle power comparable to the 6th order. Jian Wushuang stepped forward, feeling the magic sound, and moving forward steadily. Baizhong, Qianzhong, 3,000 battles, 5,000 battles. An hour's time, Jian Wushuang had already reached halfway up the mountain. Originally, some emperors didn't care. They used to be the inheritors from the Tomb Mountain, but Jian Wushuang walked halfway up the mountain in an hour, which really scared them. In 1 hour, you can reach halfway up the mountain. The 5th order peak emperor can't do it, right? This is the first time they have seen each other. Most of the 6th order emperors will not come to Mine Mountain to practice. At most, this place will attract some 5th order peak emperors to come. Among the 5th order emperors, it took 3 months to reach the top of the mountain at the fastest. It took a whole day to reach the mountainside. Now, Jian Wushuang has broken a small record. But under the surprised eyes of these people, Jian Wushuang didn't go up in a hurry, but sat down cross-legged and started practicing. The origin of the universe at the top of the mountain is more familiar to him than anyone because he had swallowed a trace before. Was given to him by Shankuan. Now that I understand it, it is very smooth, is of great help to his Jidao. Halfway up the mountain, the emperors sitting cross-legged were all 4th order emperors, with hundreds of them. Jian Wushuang found an inconspicuous place and didn't care about the eyes of others, and began to practice alone. Jidao's improvement is not like Kendo. Jidao needs to be accumulated steadily. Every path must be carefully understood, and it is the best to be able to copy it. On the Guantian chessboard in the body, Yu reads www.okanshu. Many of his clones of Calm have never stopped, and they have been comprehending their own origins. As his strength gradually became stronger, he was able to possess some of the original chess pieces that could not be copied. Rhythm. Jian Wushuang pulls away his cocoon and discovers another origin path from the origin of the universe. The origin of the universe on the mountain is the origin of complete space, and the outer surface is the origin of time. The origin of time he is temporarily unable to understand. From the complete origin of the universe, he can comprehend many origins. For example, in the origin of the universe, the one with the strongest content is the rhythm. It almost meant it. Jian Wushuang groaned in his heart. The effect of halfway up the mountain is a bit bad. This time he got up and took a step faster than when he went down the mountain, because he has some immunity to magic sound effects. This is the benefit after comprehension, not to be blocked by Mine Mountain. The stay time, less than a day, he set off again. Many emperors who practiced cross-legged this time opened their eyes and looked. Look, he is leaving again. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54, 61. Humph. Half a mountain is not suitable for cultivation at all. With his ability, 1 month is enough to climb the mountain. Why waste time here? There was some truth in what this person said, but it was different from what Jian Wushuang thought. 1 day of cultivating here, he increased his speed by no less than 10 times. He could actually reach the summit in 3 days. But after cultivating here for a day, he has mastered a lot of magic sounds, and now he can reach the top of the mountain in 1 day. Who? Jian Wushuang is like a mortal walking steadily on the mountain road. 1 step, 2 steps, 100 steps. In an instant, Jian Wushuang walked 1,000 feet away. This scene caused everyone to take a breath again, and said in surprise, "How can it be so fast?" Jian Wushuang's speed is too fast. It can still be so fast after half a mountainside. This speed has surpassed the speed of the fifth order peak. They didn't know that Jian Wushuang knew too much about the origin of the universe. If it hadn't been swallowed a bit at the beginning, with his current strength, even with unusual talents, it would take several years to reach the top of the mountain. His combat power has indeed reached the peak of Tier 5, but that is because of the power of the divine body, and it may not matter if the divine body is strong. To comprehend the origin of the universe, it relies on the power of talent already originated. His current spatial origin is stronger than some ordinary fifth-order emperors, but it is not much stronger. After all, he has not mastered the complete black hole realm. There is still a lot to improve. Who? This time Jian Wushuang didn't stop and went straight to the top of the mountain. He hadn't gotten close to the top of the mountain to understand the origin, and he also wants to enter the demon suppression space and take a look at the old place again. Time passes by. His speed has already alarmed the veteran guarding Mine Mountain below. The veteran's white eyebrows floated, his eyes condensed a little, and he secretly said, "How come I haven't heard of this kind of talent?" Then he started to ask some friends, where he learned of Jian Wushuang's identity. It turned out to be him. The old man nodded. After knowing the identity of Jian Wushuang, he was no longer surprised. Speaking of it, when Mine Mountain was sent to the Yuan Lao Palace, Jian Wushuang also had a contribution. If it were not for the monarch to break the precepts and finally let the Vermilion Bird Palace back the pot, the true spirit would not bring Mine Mountain to the four secret realms. This is a treasure in the primitive world. Jian Wushuang took the last step and reached the top of the mountain. If he didn't count the time he stayed, it took him less than a day to reach the summit this time. The road was smoother than he thought. The moment he reached the top of the mountain, he could see the appearance of the top of the mountain clearly. It hadn't changed much from before, except that the pillar was gone, and it was replaced by a palace. Magic Sound God General? Jian Wushuang saw the plaque above the hall, a little surprised. The original demon space is gone. How did it change to a hall and named the Magic Sound General? The cold wind and magic sound on the top of the mountain are flourishing. There are only a few fifth-order emperors here. Jian Wushuang glanced around, and no one is familiar, but from the breath of them, it should be the fifth-order emperor of the primitive universe. After the emperors arrived at the Temple of Qishan, because they needed to find the Tomb Mountain by themselves, they were not strong enough. Most of them stayed in the Yuan Lao Palace, and some went out to explore. In just tens of thousands of years, none of them can ascend to the sky in 1 step and reach the sixth-order emperor. Without the fighting power of the sixth-order emperor, they are looking for death in the tomb of the gods. There are no resources on the Tomb Mountain. To them, relying solely on the treasures of the Yuan Palace is just icing on the cake. They wandered through the long river of time and space for many years, and the fifth-order emperor already existed at the peak. Their long river of time and space, there is no master of the universe, and even the sixth-order emperor are few and pitiful. The fifth-order emperor already exists at the pinnacle, and they have visited many treasure places. Although the Qixin Temple is special, it does not have some ancient heritage, and it is not very helpful to them. It's just that some of the treasures are special, and they can help them in their cultivation much faster than the outside world. The most important thing is the Tomb Sacred Mountain. The true spirit has promised them that as long as they reach the Tomb Mountain, they will be able to train them to become extremely strong. The tone is still very big, but after thinking about it, the real spirit has nothing to do. To reach the Tomb Sacred Mountain, at least the Sixth Order Emperor does not rely on the cultivation of the Qixin Temple to reach the Sixth Order Emperor. These primitive Cosmos Emperors are originally people with great luck and talent, and the true spirits will be cultivated personally on the Tomb Sacred Mountain. Promoting to the absolute top is not a problem. At the peak, it is a real combat power. As long as it is not too stupid, it can reach the level of the original divine envoy. Guangmu Tianzin's combat power is not even as good as that of King White. Although the combat power of the divine envoy is not special, it is just a symbol. The really powerful ones are those gods. God General Jian Wushuang looked at the hall where the demon-voiced generals were depicted and thought of something. Friends, are you from the Tomb Mountain? Just when Jian Wushuang was thinking, a burly young man walked over in a dark red armor. Jian Wushuang knew that these people came from the primitive universe, and he did not dare to neglect. In the past, these were the ancestors of some big forces. Now that they can keep pace with each other, he does not dare to be too presumptuous. Senior at Xia Jian Wushuang, just like Senior, I haven't been to the Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang hugged his fists, his voice slightly respectful. The listener was taken aback for a moment. Then he thought of something and didn't ask much. Jian Wushuang's name is almost known to many people in the Yuan Lao Palace. Because of that incident, the whole Yuan Lao Palace was shocked. Those Fifth Order emperors from the primitive universe naturally heard about it when they arrived at the Yuan Lao Palace, knowing that Jian Wushuang was the hapless man. He was looted before he entered the Tomb of the Mountain, and he didn't know his life or death. It turned out to be Senior Xu Tian. Jian Wushuang was really shocked when he heard the name of the other party. This is the master of the Ion Tower, the ancestor of the Pinnacle Forces, and the master of Fengyu Demon Lord. If he is outside, he is at best a rank 9 Dayan Immortal. How can such a big person be so good to see him? And he can still talk on an equal footing. But after seeing a lot, Jian Wushuang is also very calm. He has encountered a lot of the strong. There are a lot of strong and powerful people. The great elder of the Maluo Kingdom, as well as the White King and the Mountain King, who have a good relationship with him. Yuan Lao Palace also encountered many people, such as Wu Zua and Lu Hua Dijuan. Now, I met a former peak powerhouse, although my heart was a little excited, but he soon calmed down. Senior just arrived at the Senate Palace? Zhuotian smiled and said, "It has been 10,000 years. I really envy you little guys here. I really caught up with the big time. Indeed, this is indeed a great era for the powerhouses of the primitive universe." https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5462, an era that allowed them to ascend to the sky in one step. The talents of these Fifth Order emperors were no worse than them. The fork in the road is too far. There is no such thing as Yen Xian and Dian Xian, who have entered the Temple of Qixin from a weak young age. There is the of the Temple of Qixin along the way, and the foundation is very solid. This era is their world. This is the era when the ultimate path is prosperous. With the cultivation of the Temple of Qixin, there will be a large number of ultimate emperors. As long as 2 or 3 of these ultimate emperors become the masters of the universe, the temple of the Qixin will be able to go to a more powerful time and space and recover the glory of ancient times. This is what Xinling wants to see. Jian Wushuang and the others did not know it, but they also knew that they would have to pay back sooner or later, that they spent so much material resources on training. In addition to their practitioners of the ultimate path, a large number of emperors have emerged, and these emperors are also the backbone. The Temple of Qixin, the strong are like clouds. By no means a few masters of the universe can suppress everything. Light is the most apex of the power directly under the Qixin, and the strength of the three major gods can destroy the three kings' court, as well as 18 generals. I heard that each of them is the ultimate powerhouse among the ultimate emperors. In addition to these, there are some cosmic masters sent abroad, as well as emperors who are against the sky, suppress countless universes, rampaging the entire space and time. How powerful is that? Jian Wushuang's eyes sank, knowing that the other party hadn't gone to the Tomb Mountain and didn't want to say too much, so he changed the subject. Senior, the top of the Mayan mountain, when will this hall and this Mayan god have been added? What will it mean? When I came, this hall was here. I heard that it was built later. There is a remarkable existence here. He is the mighty one who is responsible for suppressing Mayan Mountain, said Emperor Zhu Tian. There is a look of yearning in his eyes. I used to have a high heart and have been pursuing the Lord of the universe, but when I arrived at the Temple of the God of Difference, I saw too many powerful people before I realized how naive the thoughts in my heart were. How difficult it is to become the Lord of the universe. It's not bad to be able to enter the realm of absolute peak in this life. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. At the beginning, no powerful person came to sit here when the Mountain King was suppressed. Why is there a powerful person now? Is also known as the Magic Sound God. This is probably one of the 18 gods in the Temple of Qixin. Guangmu Tianzuan is still alive. Maybe these gods will really be alive. He didn't know. Shihai and his entourage, Fuigo was born and gathered with the gods, and the true spirit himself did not find the other side. Although Fuigo does not have the power of the Lord of the Universe now, he is not an extraordinary powerhouse. It can be dealt with. Shang is already an absolute powerhouse, and he has realized that the space universe is not Fuigo's opponent. In this temple of divergence, I am afraid that no one but the true spirit can stop Fuigo. The true spirit has to sit in the Sea of Origin, which is the most important place in the Temple of Qixin. The true spirit cannot leave at will, especially Fuigo has been born. Therefore, the true spirit summoned the Mayan god general, one of the 18 god generals, from the Tomb of the Gods. After the resurrection, the Mayan god general was sitting on the Mayan mountain in the Yuan Lao Palace. I don't know, can I go in? Jian Wushuang asked cautiously. The Emperor Zhuetian had longing in his eyes and said gravely, "You can go in, but the price of going in is very high. So far no one can go in. The key is what benefits will be gained after entering. This is Jian Wushuang's idea." The Emperor Zhuetian went in and wanted to visit those powerful men and give him some advice. These fifth-order emperors and the sixth-order emperors that they have seen in their lives did not see Jian Wushuang as many in one day. After they came to the Yuan Lao Palace, they found that the sixth-order emperors of the 4 great secret realms were not as good as them in realm, is no different from the same level. And there are very few sixth-order emperors in the Yuan Lao Palace, and those sixth-order emperors simply look down on them, the fifth-order emperors who have never been to the Tomb Mountain. Most of the sixth-order emperors in the Yuan Lao Palace will recruit some inheritors with good aptitude in the Tomb Mountain as disciples. The Qinglong Palace is not in charge, and now the inheritor, the emperor, is almost robbed by the Yuan Lao Palace, and the rest will go to the White Tiger Palace. The weak point is to go to the Vermilion Bird Palace in the primordial world, where there are the most treasures, but the matter is also very cumbersome. It is also very dangerous to need to go to other universes to plunder the immortals and die in immortals. The Azure Dragon Palace is the poorest, there is no benefit, and there is nothing to do. The least go to the bloodthirsty continent of the Azure Dragon Palace is generally a mixed day. Among the 4 halls, only the Xuanwu Hall did not recruit inheritors. All the inheritors knew about this. Some wanted to take the initiative to worship, and they didn't even have a way to go. The sense of existence of Xuanwu Temple is so low that I have never seen it. Jian Wushuang actively asked again. Senior, is the price required to enter this? Is it a sacred stone? Zhuotian shook his head. If it was a sacred stone, people like them could go to the heaven to plunder some, and it would not be difficult to get in. The key to getting in is strength. If you want to enter, the first level is to fully understand the origin of this universe and get the token to enter the Magic Sound Hall. Emperor Zhutian took out a token, and it didn't take long for him to get this token. There are many fifth-order emperors on the top of the mountain. I got it all, not too difficult. As long as I can reach the top of the mountain and practice for a period of time, I can get it. Jian Wushuang looked at the token, which contained the power of the origin of the universe, and the token was also carved with the word magic sound. Don't worry too much. This is a stepping stone. As soon as Zhu Tian finished speaking, a fifth-order emperor with a humanoid animal head stood up in the distance. Zhu Tian looked at the strange beast character and said with a faint smile, Brother Dongshan, is this sure? Hearing this sentence, Jian Wushuang also looked at the fifth-order emperor named Dongshan. It was the first time he heard the name of. Looks like the fifth-order emperor of the primitive universe, but he has never heard of the name and should be a relatively old fifth-order emperor. Thanks, I'm not like you, I'm dejected all day long. So good chances are not easy to grasp. As he said, his body began to transform. The scales on his body became denser. When he walked to the door of the demon hall, he took out the token and threw it towards the demon hall. Is really a stepping stone. Jian Wushuang watched carefully. Although the Emperor Zhu Tian, next to him, didn't care, his eyes were still condensed into one point. They all arrived here at the same time. I didn't know how many times they tried. Most of them lost patience and went down the mountain. Although Moyne Mountain is special, it is not the only treasure place. It is not suitable here, and there is no need to die. It is better to change the place. Time is very important to them. Now, those younger generations are catching up with them. Fengyu, Moyne, Zhenliang, Qishui, and Tongtian Buddha are all the fifth-order peak emperors, and each of them is an eternal treasure with a strong inheritance, which is stronger than them. Looking at these juniors, it took hundreds of thousands of years to surpass them, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable in my heart. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5463. Hundreds of thousands of years, they have surpassed their accumulation of countless epics, and it is not easy to put them on anyone. The key is that the impact that Shang gave them was too great. The original Shang was one poor and two white, that is, the ultimate emperor, and his strength was a little stronger than them, but now he has become an absolute powerhouse, a state where they are deterred, and there is no enemy in the long river of time and space. The time for the business to break through didn't last long, and it was still their junior. This makes them even more uncomfortable, and the gap between Tao and Tao is also reflected. Therefore, after they arrived at the Temple of Qishan, they doubled their practice, but they didn't want to be left behind too much. But now they are in one. Moyne Mountain has let them hit a wall. After Dongsheng threw the token, the Magic Sound Hall walked out of 6 silver armor soldiers, each holding the Yangtze River, wearing the same silver helmet and cloak and a pair of dark red eyes, and they couldn't see their looks. In front of the Magic Sound Hall, it quickly became a small world. The 6 silver armored soldiers started their hands one after another, and their spears blocked Dong Sheng's path. Zhuo Tian said from the side, "If you want to get in, you have to defeat these 6 silver armor guards." "So far no one can defeat these silver armor guards." Following Zhu Tian's gaze, Jian Wushuang found that the strength of these silver armor guards was very special, not like a cultivator, but rather a special kind of puppet. "I really can't see the strength, but he will be able to see it soon, because Dongsheng has turned into the body, the head of the blue dragon, the human body, and the divine body for hundreds of thousands of miles. 5,000 times the divine body," Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He really didn't expect that these fifth-order emperors were quite worthy, and they could actually cultivate the divine body to 50,000 times. Zhu Tian said calmly on the side, "Hee, don't be too surprised. We old guys are not as simple as you think. Dongsheng once obtained an ancient heritage in the long river of time and space. The treasures are not less than you, and the gods have arrived early. 50,000 times. If you search all the secrets of the universe in the original universe, I am afraid that you will not be able to collect so many treasures." Correct. The strength that Qishui Walker revealed at the beginning, the divine body, may not have reached 30,000 times, and this is still known as the strongest special life in the primitive universe. This is the downside of not going out and exploring. The treasures are too far apart. At the beginning, the Emperor Zhu Tian left an eternal building allowing the Wind and Rain Demon Lord to control the entire Eastern universe. That eternal treasure is the only eternal treasure in the entire primitive universe, which was left by the Emperor Zhu Tian. There is no business. It is conceivable that Zhu Tian had also received a large number of treasures at the beginning, so that he would be so generous to leave an eternal treasure. Shang did not go out because he didn't want to waste his practice time. But these fifth-order emperors have had countless opportunities, and they have accumulated a lot of treasures. The first time I saw it, it was a super strong man with 50,000 times the divine body. He has obtained so many treasures against the sky, and now the divine body can reach 49,000 times, and if he wants to break through, he has to swallow the whole crying vine. Jian Wushuang was a little bit reluctant to break through. After all, that 100 crying vine has reached its maturity stage. It can continue to evolve in the long river of time and space of the Guantian chessboard, and it is only a matter of time before countless hundred crying tears are born. Is really going to be felled, and he will have to buy it if he wants it in the future. Jian Wushuang is afraid of being poor. At the auction, he couldn't buy anything if he weren't fooling around. Unlike the people in Yuan Lao Palace, he could take away treasures. See clearly, the power of these guards is very special. The Emperor Zhu Tian looked a little excited, reminding Jian Wushuang on the side. Boom! Jian Wushuang looked along the place where the strong breath erupted, and the 6 guards burst out with an aura of ruining the heavens and the earth, each of which was the power of the 6th-order emperor. 6 sixth-order emperors deal with a 5th-order peak emperor. No wonder none of them can enter. This is too ridiculous. The combat power of these puppets is not comparable to those of the 4 secret realms that stretch across the 6th-order emperors. Together, the 6 people already have the combat power of the 6th-order top emperor. This is a normal level of combat power. In other words, Emperor Dongsheng had to break out of the top level of Tier 6 in order to be able to contend, and it was even more difficult to defeat. Without the strength of the 6th-order peak, it is difficult to enter. If you want to be at the peak of Tier 5, it can be comparable to the peak of Tier 6. I am afraid that only a few of the gods against the heavens can do it. He originally wanted to be able to fight, but now it seems that it is impossible to get in. Dongsheng really broke out to the top level of Tier 6, which was comparable to the 6 guards, but it was very difficult to defeat. Similar to what Jian Wushuang predicted, Since Emperor Dongsheng dared to try, he might have some certainty, but after all, it was just a little hope. In the same rank, if you want to defeat an opponent, you must exhaust the opponent's power, but the guards are all puppets. The power is eternal, and it can't be consumed at all. It can only be passed by crushing with powerful combat power. There is no hope. Zhu Tian shook his head, because Dongsheng's breath was already declining. Still failed to resist. Too difficult. The Emperor Zhuitian wants to go down the mountain. Don't wait here. It's better to try your luck elsewhere. No, he's going to win. Jian Wushuang's sight has not been moved away. Just as Dongsheng's breath fell, the sun and moon on the hands of Emperor Dongsheng began to evolve and finally turned into a black hole. Black hole realm. This time, Emperor Dongsheng not only has to successfully enter the demon sound hall, but he may also break through to the level of the Sixth Order Emperor in one fell swoop. Zuoshan's divine Buddha's eyes condensed into one extreme point, shocked in my heart, has more envy. Among them, Okanshu. Most of Kham are the peaks of Tier 5 and have accumulated countless epics, but how difficult it is to break through. Even if it reaches the 4 secret realms, it is not that easy. But now Dongsheng has actually become the first breakthrough among them. Destroy! Dongsheng roared, and the sound of the dragon's chants was crowned with ears, and the 6 guards were all shattered and scattered on the ground. Dongsheng panted heavily, put away the magical powers on his hands, very excited, and almost shouted. Inside the magic sound hall, there was also a low voice. Come in! Dongsheng glanced towards the rear. Many Fifth Order emperors who didn't bother to look at it. At this time, each looked at Dongsheng with envy. Humph, I'll wait for you inside. This sentence was crazy, but these people didn't care. Dongsheng's success gave them a lot of motivation. It's only 10,000 years. Dongsheng has all gone in. They are no worse than the other. At most, there is a gap in time. Then each began to be immersed in spiritual practice. After Emperor Dongsheng entered the demon sound hall, the silver fragments scattered on the ground turned into silver liquid, and then turned into a silver armor guard again, standing in front of the demon sound hall, and did not enter. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5464. Zhaotian God Emperor's eyes were hot, and he explained to Jian Wushuang about the Enlightenment and found a free place to start practicing alone. Dongsheng's success really gave them a huge encouragement. If they don't succeed, they will be benevolent. 10,000 years is too short for these Fifth Order peak emperors. Even in an era, they are willing as long as there is hope. The hope now is that the origin of space reaches the realm of black holes. Jian Wushuang recollected and shook his head. These people have hope, but he really has no hope. If he can reach the realm of the black hole, he needs to waste time here. Directly promoted the Ji-Dao to consummation, and went to pursue the sword doctrine, and when the Shuangdao consummation was completed, he could begin preparations for Hedao. Although they didn't have any certainty about breaking through the realm of the black hole, his divine body was capable of reaching 50,000 times. And he hasn't got the token yet. Everything is still very early for them. After comprehending the origin of the universe and getting the recognition of the origin of the universe, he will be able to obtain a token of the magic sound hall and some treasures at random. Those treasures, he didn't really appreciate it. He heard Emperor Zhu say that they were given according to the time. The sooner they are recognized, the more treasures they will give. The most important thing is the token. There is a trace of the origin of the universe in the token. Jian Wushuang is not short of this point. There are too many universe origins on his Guantian chessboard, and he is almost unable to comprehend it. But he can devour it to strengthen his own extreme way. Although there is not a trace, it is still meat. The original chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard are too powerful. He can't swallow them. Even some he can't even enlighten them. It couldn't be better to be able to get a trace of the origin of the universe and use it to swallow it. Zhu Tian, Divine Emperor. It took hundreds of years to be recognized by the origin of the universe, and he estimated that it would take even less time. He went up the mountain quickly, and he was able to reach the top of the mountain to understand the origin of the universe. And he needs to be recognized by the origin. It is nothing more than to understand more thoroughly on the original basis. Jian Wushuang found an open space and sat down cross-legged. This was the first time that he had come to see him at close range, and his ascension speed was very fast, is much more useful than sitting withered in the cave. The magic sound is faint, and Jian Wushuang is immersed in it, as if he has returned to his previous sword practice. In the past, sword practice used to fight for a single breath, but nowadays sword practice uses the essence of kendo, and hundreds of millions of swords can be used at one breath. Unknowingly, he used his previous swordsmanship, and a villain floated on the Sea of Origin, practicing the previous swordsmanship. Avenue to Jane. He really realized a lot, but most of his thoughts are still focused on the origin of the universe. Looking at the magnificent origin, all he sees is a little drooling. If he can swallow this origin, he might be able to directly grasp the realm of the black hole. It's a pity that I can't swallow it. At the beginning, Shanjun was here, and his body was bound, and he could take off a source of origin for him to swallow. It won't take long. After he succeeded in joining the Tao, he also had the strength of Shanjun, so he must try. When he thinks of Shanjun, he thinks of the cause and effect in himself. Too much. First of all, he must kill all causes and effects in the enchantment. This catastrophe is impossible for him to escape. Can only crack. Didn't know whether Hui Qing had this ability, but what Hui Qing did was not the orthodox Buddhism, but the Zen machine, which did not help him much. Tongtian Buddha. Jian Wushuang shook his head. In fact, there is no need to stare at the few people in the original universe. You can find a way in the 4 secret realms. West Heaven. The celestial realm is extremely west, Daxing Buddhism. He can go. On the long journey, there is another goal. Once thought of Hadao, it was still far away, but now it is getting closer and closer. The breakthrough point of Kendo, in Gong Miaoi and Nieyuan, the breakthrough of Jidao is linked to the realm of black hole, and both have a clear direction. Breakthrough is only one opportunity. Once he has reached the realm of consummation, he has to go to Hadao. Who? Spit out a stale breath. The source of the tremor trembled. Hum. This sound is familiar to others, and it is a sound recognized by the source. It's only been a few years. Jian Wushuang himself didn't expect it to be so fast. The Emperor Zhu Tian in the distance opened his eyes slightly with shock and envy in his eyes. Just nodded to Jian Wushuang, did not speak, and continued to close his eyes to comprehend. After Jian Wushuang got the token floating from the source, he felt ecstatic in his heart after feeling the breath from above. This is more than he imagined. The trace of the origin of the universe that Shanjun gave them at the beginning is not as much as the token. After getting the token, there is no need to go on the enlightenment. Although the enlightenment is helpful for cultivation, he still doesn't like the help. Holding the token, he wanted to directly swallow the source of it, but then he thought about it. If it really swallows the source of it, I am afraid that it will be impossible to enter the magic sound palace in the future. After all, you need this token to be able to enter. Forget it. Let's get out of here first. Mayan Mountain's help to him is limited, although the cultivation here is faster than in the cave. But after so many years of retreat, he has nothing to improve. Now, he needs some powerful opportunities. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to leave, another Fifth Order Emperor got up and went to the Demon's Sound Hall. Anyway, it was not too late. Jian Wushuang stopped, ready to see if the opponent could get through. The other Fifth Order emperors opened their eyes when they saw someone rushing. Dongsheng's success really stimulated them. Wan Yen, are you also in the realm of the black hole? God Emperor Zhutian had deep eyes, and he couldn't believe it. Dongsheng's divine body is 50,000 times. They have long known that they have reached the black hole realm, but they don't know it. From now on, if you want to break through, at least the origin of space must reach the realm of black holes. The Fifth Order Emperor named Wan Yen didn't say much, just leaked a smile. How can the black hole boundary be so easy to reach? Is not to say that you have to reach the realm of the black hole to be able to break through. Who? The token entered the magic sound hall. The 6 guards were waiting outside. The moment they opened their eyes, the battle began. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and my heart was surprised. This Fifth Order Emperor called Wan Yen, although he doesn't know him, but judging from the other party's methods, what should be cultivated is the origin of Shadow Dao. The opponent's figure is so weird, it is instantaneous, and each shadow has the same combat power as the deity. This is even more perverted than his super-quality physical body. It is definitely a special road after all. Million shadows killing array. Someone exclaimed. Then everyone looked over. Jian Wushuang was a bit unclear about the other party's unique skills and listened carefully to the conversations of several emperors around him. Unexpectedly, this servant has actually reached the waning stream. Our time and space have reached the waning level. I am afraid that there are no more than 3, and each of them is a 6th Order Emperor. How can this Wan Yen break through? He is the 5th Order Emperor. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54, 65. Hey, this is not surprising. He is a strong shadow road. And the shadow road is prosperous in his space, faster than others, and normal. From the words of these people, Jian Wushuang knew of the 10,000 regions shadow-killing array, which was a supersect of the town in the long river of time and space. After that sect was destroyed, the inheritance remained in the time and space of Hanoi. Unearthed countless epochs ago, it can be regarded as a super heritage. Although it is not as good as the Temple of Qishan, it has a secret method, and it is against the sky. Is domain. There are 2 types of domains. One is shadow, and the other is escape. That Wan Yen, who cultivates, is the inheritance of the shadow line. Reaching waning is already in the Mahayana realm. No wonder he dared to break into the magic music hall. 10,000 shadows besieged a silver-armored guard, and quickly smashed it to pieces, and then proceeded in the same way, smashing each one. If it is 1,000 shadows level, I am afraid that I can't hold it before breaking one, but reaching waning is a qualitative change. His success has also made the rest of the people understand that they can't walk through the realm of the road. It is better to practice their own peculiarities or secret methods to reach the consummation or Mahayana realm, and you can also break through. Wow! This time, a bubble leaked from the magic sound hall, enveloping Wan Yen into the interior. Many people looked at it with enthusiasm. Just as they were talking, Jian Wushuang also walked to the door of the demon sound hall. Yep, he wants to break too. Jian Wushuang? A hapless little guy. He got the token early, but it doesn't represent strength. Many people just glanced twice, then closed their eyes and continued to practice. None of them thought Jian Wushuang could pass through. Don't talk about them. Even Jian Wushuang himself didn't have any confidence, but they were here, and they couldn't justify it without a break. It is true that not long after he arrived, he saw the 2 successfully rush through. When I saw it, his hands were itchy. Threw the token away, Jian Wushuang waited for the guards to recover. The aura on his body also began to rise, and the divine body also soared from 49,000 times to 50,000 times. With the current beast god weapon, The maximum increase is 50,000 times, although his current basic divine body is 49,000 times. The upper limit of the beast weapon is now 50,000 times. There is no way to increase it, and the beast weapon must be restored to its previous power. As for the faculties of the gods and bodies, they are even rarer. Some faculties circulating in the 4 secret realms are 50,000 times at most, and those more than 50,000 times are the faculties of the Jinzong, which he can't buy if he wants to buy them. If King White was still alive, it would be fine. King White's own divine body was 68,000 times larger, and his unique skills might be about 70,000 to 80,000 times, enough for him to cultivate to the top. Unfortunately, King White has fallen against the Sixth Order Emperor, and there are still 6. Jian Wushuang's greatest reliance is the divine body. 50,000 times the divine body can make him fight the Sixth Order Emperor, but it is only the level of the fight. And Jian Wushuang hesitated a little. He found that these puppets were not recovering. It was almost 3 breaths of time that had passed. Could it be that Wanyan broke them just now? Is also impossible. These puppets look very new, and when they have not recovered, although they can't feel the aura on them from the outside, these silver armor guards have not changed in any way from the past. On the silver armor, an ancient text, Xian, is also carved should be refined in Xuanwu Hall. The quality should not be bad. The 6 silver shadows disappeared instantly, and it was the silver guard standing in front of the door. Jian Wushuang almost shot, only to discover that these guards were the Hall of Evil Sounds. This scene made him a little puzzled. What is this? The silver armor guard just left? Is not to let him go? Or is it a waste of time because of low strength? Jian Wushuang's current combat power is indeed average, comparable to the ordinary Sixth Order Emperors of the 4 great secret realms. But the real combat power, I am afraid these old guys on the top of the mountain, whoever comes out can hang him. But he has 50,000 times the divine body. No matter what, you can't look down on him like that. For a while, Jian Wushuang was a little embarrassed, standing still not knowing whether to leave or stay. The token is still inside, so I can't just leave it. Give him back the token. Anyhow, there is still a hint of the origin of the universe. Just when Jian Wushuang hesitated, the 6 silver figures reappeared, and they were fully recovered. Who? Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Has recovered. He is not too melancholy. Raising his hand is full of sword, aura. The divine body has skyrocketed, and he has turned into 1,000 battles. Click. Just started. The sword aura has not yet filled the world, and the silver armor puppets have actually been broken. Looking at the fragments scattered on the ground, Jian Wushuang was stunned. That's it. Isn't Tier 6 combat power? How to break through the weak and vulnerable. He didn't even feel the strong aura. These puppets were broken. Without waiting for him to think about it, a bubble wrapped him directly into the magic sound hall. On the top of the mountain, the people who didn't care at all opened their eyes one after another. When they saw the Maoyin Temple, there was only a piece of debris outside the door. How could there be Jian Wushuang's figure? How can that be? Everyone took a breath and got up one after another. Zhu Tian, Divine Emperor, even went to the forefront, looking at the fragments all over the floor. He couldn't believe it. Jian Wushuang actually rushed past. Jian Wushuang gave him the feeling that he was only at the 5th Order pinnacle level, and his realm was not as strong as them, so the divine body was a little special and reached 50,000 times. They just felt that Jian Wushuang entered the Qixin temple earlier and had obtained more treasures. In the realm of it is real, their realm already has 99% of the black hole power. Jian Wushuang is only about 80%, which is a lot worse. As for the jerk, he hasn't seen anything, and people are gone. Weird. Not only these people were shocked, but Jian Wushuang was also surprised. He raised his hand and passed. It was too simple. Tear. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang again. The void was torn apart, and he entered the magic sound hall. He is very familiar with this space. Isn't it the suppressing space, gloomy, pitch black, and withered? Stepped in slowly. Jian Wushuang's heart was agitated. The place was still that place, but a big change had taken place here. It was a change of breath, and he felt very indifferent. In the dark space, there is only one place with a ray of light. Under the light and shadow, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. Unable to see the face, but Jian Wushuang saw the universe from the figure's body. That is a very clear temperament unique to the realm of the universe, can reach the realm of the universe. And he can't see through. This person should be the magic sound general. You, a Taoist monarch, can easily get the recognition of the origin of the universe. Very good. A long and narrow voice, accompanied by the magic sound. Jian Wushuang listened carefully and hurriedly bowed to see him. This is a big man. https:// mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5466. Silver armored guard for tens of thousands of years, surpassing the accumulation of countless epochs, was an ordeal for them all. The crucial point was the tremendous impact from Shang. Initially, Shang was just an ultimate emperor, slightly stronger than them. But now, he had ascended to the realm of a supreme peak-level powerhouse, a figure invincible even in the river of time. It hadn't been that long since Shang's breakthrough, considering him as their junior. This fact made their discomfort even more profound, emphasizing the gap between paths. Upon arriving at the Qixin Temple, they intensified their cultivation efforts, determined not to fall too far behind. However, they encountered a setback on the Demon Sound Mount. After Dongsheng presented the token, 6 silver-armored soldiers emerged from the Demon Sound Hall. Each wielded a long spear, dressed uniformly in silver helmets and capes. Their eyes glowed a dark red, concealing their features. In front of the Demon Sound Hall, a miniature world formed rapidly. The 6 silver-armored soldiers raised their spears, blocking Dongsheng's path. Zhu Tian, standing aside, spoke. To enter, you must defeat these 6 silver-armored guards. No one has managed to overcome them so far. As Zudian's gaze swept over, Jian Wushuang noticed the peculiar strength of these guards. They didn't seem like cultivators, but rather a unique type of puppet. Their actual strength remained elusive. However, he would soon find out. Dongsheng had transformed into his true form, the head of the Azure Dragon, with a human body and a divine body spanning billions of miles. A 50,000-fold divine body. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He hadn't expected that these Tier 5 emperors would have such high value, actually cultivating their divine bodies to 50,000-fold. Zhu Tian nonchalantly remarked, don't be too surprised. We old folks aren't as simple as you might think. Dongsheng once obtained an ancient inheritance in the river of time, and in terms of treasures, we're not fewer than you. Our divine bodies reached 50,000-fold long ago, if it were in the original universe. Even if we scoured all the universe's secret realms, we probably couldn't gather this many treasures. Indeed, back when Wanderer Qi Shui revealed his strength, his divine body probably hadn't even reached 30,000-fold, yet he claimed to be the strongest special life form in the original universe. This was the downside of not venturing out. The gap in treasures was too vast. When Zhu Tian left behind the Eternal Tower, he handed control of the entire East universe to Demon Lord Fengyu. That eternal treasure was the only one in the entire original universe, left behind by Emperor Zhu Tian. Not even Shang had one. It was easy to imagine that Zhu Tian had gained a substantial amount of treasures back then, allowing him to generously leave behind such an eternal treasure. Commerce chose not to venture out to avoid wasting cultivation time. However, these Tier 5 emperors had ventured out countless times, and their accumulated treasures were quite substantial. For the first time, Jian Wushuang encountered a super powerhouse with a 50,000-fold divine body. He had obtained so many heaven-defying treasures that his divine body had just reached 49,000-fold. To break through, Jian Wushuang would have to devour the entire vine of the 100 Weeping Vine. Jian Wushuang felt a bit reluctant and didn't rush to break through. After all, the 100 Weeping Vines had reached maturity, constantly evolving in the river of time within the Skysite heavenly chessboard, giving birth to countless tiers of weeping vines. Breaking through 50,000-fold was only a matter of time. If he really wanted to cut them down, he would have to buy them in the future. Jian Wushuang was afraid of being poor. In the auction, if he hadn't deceived people everywhere, he wouldn't have been able to buy anything. He wasn't like those people from the Elder Palace who could plunder treasures. Take a good look. The power of these guards is very special. Zudian's eyes were somewhat excited as he said to Jian Wushuang. Boom! Jian Wushuang followed the direction of the intense aura. The 6 guards erupted with a world-destroying aura, each possessing the strength of a Tier 6 emperor. 6 Tier 6 emperors joining forces against a Tier 5 peak-level emperor. It's no wonder that none of them could enter. This was too outrageous. The combat power of these puppets was not comparable to those Tier 6 emperors who were pulling the lower ranks in the 4 great secret realms. The combined strength of the 6 already equaled that of a top-tier Tier 6 emperor. This was the normal standard of power. In other words, Emperor Dongsheng would have to unleash the top-level Tier 6 to contend, and defeating them would be even more difficult. Without the combat power of a peak-level Tier 6, it was challenging to enter. To be at the peak level of Tier 5 and compete with the peak-level tier, perhaps only a few emperors on the Grave God Mountain could achieve that. He had originally thought of giving it a try, but now it seemed unlikely. Emperor Dongsheng had indeed erupted with the top-level Tier 6, comparable to the 6 guards, but it would be difficult to defeat them. The prediction of Jian Wushuang was quite accurate. Since Dongsheng dared to try, he probably had some confidence, but ultimately it was just a glimmer of hope. Between cultivators of the same level, defeating the opponent either required depleting their power or overwhelming them with superior force. However, the puppet power of the Guardians was eternal and couldn't be exhausted. Only by using formidable strength could one crush through. No hope. Zhu Tian shook his head because Dongsheng's aura was already declining. He couldn't hold on. It was too difficult. Zhu Tian was considering leaving the mountain. It was better not to stay here. It was time to try luck elsewhere. No, he's going to win. Jian Wushuang's gaze remained fixed. As Dongsheng's aura decreased, the sun and moon on Emperor Dongsheng's hands evolved into a black hole. The realm of a black hole. This time, not only would Emperor Dongsheng successfully enter the Demon Hall, but he might also break through to Tier 6. Zudian's eyes constricted into a point, shocked to the core. There was also envy. Among them, most were at the peak level of Tier 5, having accumulated countless epics. Breaking through was incredibly challenging, even in the 4 great secret realms. Yet now, Dongsheng became the first among them to break through. Annihilate! Dongsheng roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed in the ears. The 6 guardians were all shattered and scattered on the ground. Bang! Dongsheng gasped for breath, put away the divine power in his hands, extremely excited, almost shouting out. Inside the Demon Sound Hall, a deep voice echoed, "Come in!" Dongsheng glanced back, and many Tier 5 emperors, who had been indifferent earlier, now looked at him with envy. "Humph, they'll be waiting inside for you." Although this statement was arrogant, no one paid it any mind. Dongsheng's success provided them with great motivation. It had only been 10,000 years Dongxing had entered, and they were not inferior. At most, there were some differences in time. Afterward, each one immersed themselves in cultivation. After Emperor Dongxing entered the Demon Sound Hall, the silver fragments scattered on the ground turned into silver liquid, then transformed once again into silver armor guardians, standing in front of the door of the Demon Sound Hall. They once again guarded the entrance, preventing others from entering again. Chapter 54:67. Great Sin. Those figures are supposed to be figures from ancient times, practitioners who are all lost in this place. Wanyan was taken aback, then nodded. Same as Jian Wushuang guessed. This is how it is. With other people company, walking on this dark path, finally it's not so lonely. And since he rescued Wanyan, his spiritual consciousness has been greatly improved. His soul realm is already very strong, and it is really not easy to be like consciousness destruction. It turned out to be like this. After Jian Wushuang realized his enlightenment, he still felt underestimated some of the ancient heritage. Such an exquisite calculation is the first time I have seen it, and I have never heard of it before. This is the first bridge. Jian Wushuang took Wanyan along, and the dark path began to become more spacious. The two of them walked very easily, without any sense of fatigue. Sure enough, less than an hour later, a bridge appeared in front of him. Like the bridge they two saw for the first time, there were hundreds of wandering souls above it. "Don't do it," Jian Wushuang asked. He has already told Wanyan of his guess. He can't kill the wandering souls after getting on the bridge. First, use the power of the sacred stone to see if these wandering souls can be revived. Jian Wushuang cautiously walked onto the bridge deck, standing in front of him with a touch of wandering soul. Wow! Millions of gods turned into a torrent and approached the wandering soul. He wanted to try first whether it was what he guessed. When the torrent approached these wandering souls, the other party didn't absorb that power, but stayed away and took a few steps back. Jian Wushuang was taken aback, but fortunately, he found that the bridge did not collapse. In this way, he took a full face and used the power of the sacred stone to disperse the wandering souls in front of him. There is still some deviation. He didn't dare to care at all. His steps were slow and unhurried, even though there was a cold sweat on his forehead when he looked down at the beast under the bridge. He still remained calm. "We just passed by." Wanyan couldn't believe it. Crossing the first bridge, the two of them breathed out, one after another, feeling relieved. The moment they passed, the bridge collapsed again. But this time has passed. It's nothing if it collapses. But before they were happy, their body shape was uncontrollable to fly out. The space changed. And when they appeared again, they were back to the original starting point. Jian Wushuang is a little frustrated. What is this? Do you treat them like fools? Can't save, can't kill, can't live. Wanyan also collapsed a bit. It was really too traumatic for the two of them when they lost consciousness before. It's over. We are in an endless loop. The faces were haggard, and for some reason, their bodies felt exhausted since they lost consciousness. But they are not suppressed here. Jian Wushuang had mixed eyes and said, "Go ahead and try. Don't stay for too long, or we will lose consciousness again. At that time, I may not be able to hold it." He walked through the soul ladder in the West Sea, and his soul and mental strength were relatively strong to be able to hold it. Wanyan, a fifth-order emperor of the primitive universe. Although there is a lot of opportunity, it is not as comprehensive as him. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Wanyan was shocked. The feeling of losing consciousness was too terrifying. It was like the destruction of the soul, leaving only the soul. He doesn't want to get lost here. By the way, the first person to enter this place should be Emperor Dongxing. Why is he not here? Jian Wushuang thought of the first emperor who entered the Demon Sound Hall. almost forgot the other party. If he can meet Wang Yan, he should also meet Dong Shum. Did the other party pass by? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it, and the opponent had nothing special, so the realm of space was one level higher than him. If they didn't break through, and the two of them hadn't seen it, I'm afraid it would be unpredictable now. Wang Yan shook his head, thinking of the magma under the bridge and the beasts. Yidong Shengdaijin's character might really swim past. If he couldn't swim past, he was buried in the mouth of the wild beast. If he swam past and was teleported over, I am afraid it would be even more disintegrating. No matter what, since this method can't get through, then try other methods. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and struck with tenacity. It is this kind of path against the sky that the practitioner is walking. He still doesn't believe it. Since it is a place of inheritance, there is a way to crack it. Defeated the three kings, he was able to do it, not to mention the dangerous place that the magic sound will set up. The two moved forward again, this time faster. Within an hour, I arrived at the bridge. Seeing the bridge, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. They were not afraid to try, but they were afraid that they would be troublesome if they could not find the bridge. The feeling of torture that never ended the road was too depressing. Came to the bridge. This time Jian Wushuang still took out the sacred stone. Besides the sacred stone, he also extracted his own source of power. Under the dual source and divine power, these wandering souls still did not absorb, but retreated. Jian Wushuang simply failed to reach the bridge and kept trying various methods. Wang Yan on the side also tried his best and almost knelt down and kowtowed to these wandering souls, burning incense. Where is wrong? Jian Wushuang gradually stood on the shore and began to meditate. The wandering soul is on the bridge. What do you want them to do? Soul crossing. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank suddenly, thinking of a mundane legend. But this story is relatively common among the folks. At the beginning, he was just a mundane, not even a master. This legend must have nothing to do with this place, but it can be used for reference. Legend has it that a scholar came to Beijing to take the exam, but was trapped in a mass grave. He was lost for several days and just couldn't get out. After eating the dry food, he was dizzy from hunger and began to see unclean things, that is, some lonely ghosts. These lone spirits and wild ghosts came to visit him one after another, saying that he was the magistrate of the underworld to save them, and instead of dragging the scholar to ferry them, the scholar was so confused that they really transferred these wandering souls to the underworld. Without the entanglement of lonely souls and wild ghosts, the scholar walked out of the mass grave and arrived in the capital on the last day of the final examination. Originally, his knowledge was good enough to be able to find flowers, but he didn't expect that when he was put on the list, he turned out to be the champion. Then went out of any Fangzhou County and became a well-known criminal department in that dynasty, is surrounded by a group of masters to him. And before taking office, he also wrote down his own experience. Although it is possible to compile, the other party's behavior in the world is no different from that of a magistrate in the prefecture. Jian Wushuang recalled this legend. The two have the same skills, and the way to crack them lies in them. Crossing the soul, he is really not good at it. I want to take these wandering souls across the other shore without crossing the bridge. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5468. Then there is only one way left, is to pass through the magma under the bridge. This is too risky. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at Wang Yan. He wanted to fool the other party to try, but the other party was not a fool and would never agree. Seeking wealth and wealth. Fight. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at the weeds on both sides of the trail. Now, he understood the function of these weeds. This is for him to use grass as a boat. As for the flying treasure, it is impossible to think about it on the knees. It's just such a thing. Whether you believe it or not, I will go first. Jian Wushuang said the cause and effect that he had speculated. Without imposing anything, he went to mow the grass and make a boat by himself. As for Wan Yen, he really didn't believe it. When Jian Wushuang proposed this method, he looked at Jian Wushuang with a foolish look. He only thought that the other party was crazy, so he denied it. Jian Wushuang didn't care, cut all the grass, and then built the boat. Soon a long straw boat was built, and Jian Wushuang became more and more convinced of his speculation as he slid the straw boat. In the commonplace, the things burned for the dead are all made of paper. In ancient times, it may be that grass was burned. Coming to the shore, Jian Wushuang manipulated his mind to float the straw boat and then walked up. Looking at those wandering souls, Jian Wushuang said in ancient language, "Come on." As soon as the voice fell, these wandering souls really came over and boarded the grass boats one after another. Although the grass boat is small, it also contains the origin of space. It has the effect of shrinking the ground to an inch. The hundreds of wandering souls on the boat are not crowded at all. After watching this scene, he was still a little uncertain and wanted to wait for Jian Wushuang to go down. Jian Wushuang sighed. After receiving all the wandering souls, the thought force moved. The straw boat began to sink and finally landed steadily on the magma. When Wan Yen on the shore looked down, a wild beast of 10,000 battle size opened its blood basin and swallowed the straw boat directly, splashed with countless lava, and then returned to calm. Wan Yen took a breath, clutching his chest, and said inwardly, "Fortunately, I didn't follow." Now on the bridge, there is no dead soul. He does not know what to do, and finally stepped on the bridge again. This time, he walked very fast. It can be said that he used to run. He directly crossed the bridge and continued to dash forward without stopping. Yep. Wan Yen walked for a quarter of an hour and found that there was no change in the surroundings. He turned his head and looked back. The bridge was still there. He passed. "Haha, I've passed." Wan Yen laughed, feeling very good. The exhaustion on his body was also swept away. As for Jian Wushuang, he doesn't have so much thought about others, and he continues to move forward alone. The further you go, the wider the road. After a whole day, he did not encounter the second bridge, but went into a huge dojo. Inside the dojo, there are altars and statues, as well as many futons. Wan Yen looked at everything carefully and entered the dojo. When passing through a thin barrier, the power on his body began to shake. It turned out that before he entered this place, he didn't have any supernatural power on his body. No wonder he felt tired. After entering the dojo, he glanced at it, and there were rows of futons, which were soft to the touch. Nothing special. But when he walked to the front, he found that there was a person sitting cross-legged on the strongest futon. "Jian Wushuang!" Wan Yen exclaimed. Jian Wushuang was also shocked when he heard someone calling his name, turning his head to look back. "Wan Yen Dao fellow!" Jian Wushuang was also surprised. It was obvious that he had successfully crossed the soul and arrived here. Why did Wan Yen also come? Could it be that after he left, a wandering soul appeared on the bridge, and Wan Yen arrived here according to his method? Just when he was about to ask, Wan Yen's next sentence stunned him. "Aren't you swallowed by the wild beast? Why are you still alive?" Jian Wushuang touched his chin, determined that it existed, and said, "Did you see me being swallowed by a wild beast?" But after he entered the magma, those wild beasts disappeared, was unimpeded all the way. After bringing the wandering soul to the other side, he was transported to this dojo, and at the same time, the soul realm advanced by leaps and bounds. In the dojo, he also obtained many treasures from the altar. The treasure obtained this time can no longer be compared with the space stone, but the cosmic source stone. There are tens of thousands of cosmic source stones, which contain the origin of the universe. Looking at the other person, I'm afraid I've just entered here. Wang Yan recounted his own experience. Jian Wushuang was speechless. So simple, just walked over. Then didn't he have suffered a big loss, risking his fall, and came here? But then Jian Wushuang was relieved. After Wang Yan arrived here, he didn't get any treasures, which was equivalent to a trip on the first bridge in Bai. The other party did not ask, nor would he tell how many treasures he had obtained, even if he asked him. Now that I am finished, I am proud to say how smooth my journey is. Jian Wushuang shook his head, turned away from the subject, and asked, Taoist Wang Yan, what's the matter with the Tao marks in this space? He has never been in harmony, and he actually knows very little about the complete space. I only know that after the space is stable, countless stars will be born, and at that time, it is the realm of stars. Then a black hole evolved, which is the realm of black holes, and above it is the realm of the universe. Only got a rough idea, but I don't know much about the details. Wang Yan was in a good mood and patiently explained to Jian Wushuang, you should dare to break through the emperor soon, and it is normal if you don't know it. Tao marks represent your original Tao. For example, you are the origin of gold, and you have cultivated to the 9th level to achieve consummation. After you have successfully joined the path, master the origin of space. At this time, what about your origin of gold? Although the origin of gold corresponds to space, it will not all evolve into space. It will leave Tao marks in the origin of the space. The more Tao marks, the stronger the origin of your gold. Let's talk about myself, the shadow Tao I cultivated. Among my origins of space, the most Tao scar is shadow Tao, followed by escape Tao. After mastering the origin of space, normally you can go to enlighten any way. The Wan Dao Lu that we all know, you should know that the reason why it is special is that you can cultivate all the original Tao. The more you practice, the stronger it will be after the Tao, but the ordinary origin cannot practice this way. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive. Jian Wushuang understands it. His extreme Tao is a great 10,000 Tao flow. No wonder that after he has swallowed so many origins, there are so many rubbles in the space origins. These rubbles are like Tao marks, but he does not have the same Tao now. These rubbles, on the contrary, it is a burden requiring him to refining and transforming into Tao marks. It turned out to be like this. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Jian Wushuang arched his hands when he was cultivating here, and observing that image of the Buddha, he saw that there were a large number of Tao marks in the origin of the other party's space, and the entire space was surrounded by countless stars and several black holes. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5469 looked at him very enviously. The deity of this form should be an absolute powerhouse, at least at the level of Wuzhua. Otherwise, there won't be such a black hole in the original space. The space is already at the level of the universe. After Wang Yan sat cross-legged on the futon beside him, he took a look at the facial features and realized why Jian Wushuang would ask him. So many marks. Among them, there are tens of thousands of dark road marks, and they should be the emperor who succeeded in combining the roots of the dark road. The origin of space has also reached the realm of the universe. His eyes are hot when he looks at it. This is the peak of the emperor he is looking for. When will he be able to have this strength? He can be fearless of everything in the long river of time and space. In his current space, the major shadow path marks, but 100 few are pitiful, and the black holes are not condensed. Only a few stars are connected in a line. Compared with Wang Yan, Jian Wushuang had more Tao marks on his body, but these Tao marks did not appear. Wait for the Tao mark to erupt on the day he became the emperor. It is possible for the Sixth Order Emperor to reach in one fell swoop. The two stayed here for a long time, and the place where Dhamma can be enlightened has been enlightened once, and they have been greatly improved. Jian Wushuang's origin sea. Some suspended gravel, once again turned into sea water. Only a small part is left. Maybe I don't have to reach the realm of the black hole. My ultimate origin can reach the peak. Jian Wushuang secretly guessed. The realm of black holes is too difficult. Originally, he felt that he was approaching, but he found that each of the Fifth Order Peak Emperors was much stronger than him, and the black hole condensed 99% of them and couldn't break through. He can only control 80% of the power of the black hole now, which is too far away. If he is waiting for the breakthrough of the black hole realm, I am afraid I don't know when it will be. Even if the time is accelerating, he is almost an epic in his cultivation, or it looks like this. The more the later stage, the harder it is. In addition, he has no harmony, and his comprehension is slower. If he wants to break through the black hole realm before harmony, it is difficult to break through without 10 epochs. Now, the time left for him is limited. The more you delay, the greater the gap between him and the same batch of inheritors. Cannot be dragged. I came out of retreat this time. I heard that Xiantian has broken through the Fifth Order Emperor. This is fine. If you drag it on, it is not that he is going to the beast from Xiantian, but Xiantian is looking for his trouble. After all, it hasn't been long before. Tearing the sky has grown to this point. Who knows whether after a few epochs, the other party will explode and directly reach the Sixth Order Emperor or the ultimate realm. The talent for tearing the sky is indeed average, but the luck is good. It is definitely a good luck to get the accessories of the beasts in the primitive universe. This boy, with luck, could get to where he is today. Jian Wushuang didn't expect it. At the time when it was on the original star of Jiajiu, it was the most watery in the sky. The real potential is Huiqing and Ji Chaoyang. In addition to the ultimate way, the number one that can be ranked is Wanqing. Wanqing has a good potential. When we met in Shihai, he was already the top emperor of Tier 4. After so many years with Zihai's receipt, he reached Tier 5. The emperor is not difficult. There is no big chance to tear the sky. Is in the Yuan Lao Palace. Just find a backer, can break through so fast. Going out this time, you have to think of a way to slaughter the Lord of the Heavens. The beast warrior is now less and less helpful to him, and he has to increase the power of the beast warrior. Let's go. The two turned around again, and after finding that there was nothing missing, they left the dojo. The layout of this place is very peculiar. If it is not in a hurry, it is actually nothing to cultivate here for a period of time. After left the dojo, this time there was no dark trail ahead, but a broad and majestic avenue. There are magnificent white jade walls on both sides of the road, and the pavement is also paved with white stone bricks. A bit weird. Wanyan's voice was a little nervous. A strange power radiated from the front, making people feel a little palpitating. Is the smell of blood. Jian Wushuang also felt it. Feeling this breath, Jian Wushuang was relieved instead, as long as there were not so many twists and turns. Fight to kill. He likes it better, because it is simple. Not long after he left, the breath became clearer and clearer, and when he got closer, he found a strangeness. The dark red blood flowed down the cracks between the bricks to Jian Wushuang's feet. The power of the blood is very special, not the blood of a practitioner. Jian Wushuang took out a bottle and collected some. Looking carefully, the particles in the blood are distinct, and each one is a miniature world. This shows that the master of blood is very powerful, at least as strong as him. Should be a super quality body with more than 7 refinements. Can also be regarded as finding out the strength of the opponent in advance. This scene made Wanyan admire secretly. He is a Tier 5 peak emperor who has lived for countless years, and he has not been cautious in his work. Be careful. The opponent's strength is not weak. Jian Wushuang's voice is heavy, and the trials outside the Demon Sound Hall are guards of the Sixth Order Emperor. Who knows what monsters we'll encounter here? The inheritance of Magic Sound Hall is really hard to handle. To say that the treasures obtained are not many after passing the first bridge, he obtained the most valuable 10,000 cosmic source stones. As for the master of that dojo, not even the master of the universe. Naturally, the receipt is not too big, but it is just that when you understand the Dharma, you can recognize yourself more clearly. This second bridge, I have encountered such a strange thing before I see it. Jian Wushuang was a little uneasy for a while. The two walked very carefully, and their pace slowed down a lot. There is more and more blood in front of him, and the blood is getting stronger and stronger. As he walked, Jian Wushuang even heard a faint gasp. But this wheezing sound, if there is no such wheezing, if there is no such thing, keep walking forward, there is more blood, but I have never seen where the wheezing sound comes from. The blood is so rich that there is no place to go when walking, and the two are very cautious not to step on it. Looking forward, the two of them couldn't have to walk in the air because the blood had already wrapped the entire passage. There was even no space in the front for them to enter, and this spacious avenue had been blocked by blood. Just when Jian Wushuang hesitated whether to bite the bullet and move forward, Wanyan next to him was clever and exploded directly, shocking him. Not good. Wanyan only felt a hot breath blowing towards the back of his neck. Scared him, cold sweat came out directly from his back, hurriedly flashed around, and then turned his head to look back. I don't know, this look really scared him. Jian Wushuang reacted slowly, and at this time he pulled away and turned his head to look at Wanyan's surprise. It was a strange creature with 9 heads. The 9 heads were different, male and female. They were looking at the two with a sneer, their mouths full of sharp teeth, and the blood flowed out of their bodies. In other words, blood is their body. https:// mobile version reading URL